I'd like to call the Thursday, October 26, 2023 Finance Audit and Budget Committee to order. First item is Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, next item is adoption agenda. I need a motion to adopt.
The agenda.
Support.
By Commissioner Romano, supported by Commissioner Van Sickle. Seeing no changes to the agenda, please vote.
Motion passes 11-0.
Next item is approval of minutes dated October 25th, 2023. Need a motion to approve.
So moved, Perna.
Support Nard.
Moved by Commissioner Perna, supported by Commissioner Nard. Any corrections, commissioners? Seeing none, please vote.
Motion passes 11-0.
Next item is public participation. This is our first opportunity for public participation for those who would like to speak for a maximum of 3 minutes on any item which is on today's agenda. There'll also be a second opportunity for public participation for those who would like to speak on any issue. Would anyone from the public like to speak? Agenda items only. Going once, twice.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
want to welcome those members from Leadership Macomb here today to joining us in the audience today. Just want to, they may not say anything, but I know they're out there, so thank you for coming.
Anyone from the public? We'll close public participation. We'll move on to budget reviews. We have a very packed agenda today with budget reviews, commissioners. So let's focus our questions and our presentations on the budget specifically. We have a lot here. This is probably our biggest committee meeting relative to the budget. So I know our goal here is to get courts, clerk, prosecuting attorney, everyone in one room. Ideally, when we present these budgets together, because they all intertwine, that's the goal. In turn, it's a huge agenda. So if we can stay focused, that would be great. I'm going to take a motion to receive and file items 6A through 6F.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Kraft, supported by Commissioner Wallace. And we will start off with the clerk. Clerk Forlini, welcome.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I appreciate it. I'm going to try to keep my comments as brief as possible, as I was already pre-warned by the board chair. I think we have is there something that goes up here? Is there?
Doesn't work. We muted it for you.
Thank you. Well, muting it is fine. Just don't mute this one. No? Am I really losing that much hair? Jeez. Not a good look. All right.
There you are.
All right. All right. So let me just, I'm going to get through a few slides at the very beginning that maybe aren't budget related, but I'm really proud of the team we have here. This is the leadership team that's just done a great job in having our clerk's office. And it's just a time for me to brag about each and every one of them. Across the board, every department is just going on all 4 cylinders, 8 cylinders, whatever kind of car you want to drive. And they're doing a great job in keeping everything going at and innovative programs, which you'll see in a second. These are all the organization, all the different things that we do. I'm going to go through that because you all know this already. Our office has become incredibly efficient. Our 34 court clerks processed over 290,000 documents last year in 2022. And that's not pieces of paper, that is documents, it's cases. There's a 24 to 72 hour turnaround time on the circuit court filings, and the register of deeds last year did 139,000 transactions with 40 some employees we have. So we got a great organization that really comes to work and gets it done. Again, improved services that we've had. It's striking. Even the employees are kind of amazed at what we're able to do. The wait times are almost non-existent in every department. And here's the key. I dare anyone to try to say the same, and I'm sure they will, but every phone call that comes in gets answered by somebody that can handle the problem and take care of it in that first phone call. They usually don't have to get anybody, they get it taken care of. Everyone's educated, cross-trained. That was something that wasn't done. As a matter of fact, we got rid of the voicemail because we don't want voicemail. We don't want that to be the crutch. Every phone call gets answered. And I think when we do the statistics on it, 98% is the number that we came across with during working hours of the phone calls that get answered, and that's out of hundreds of thousands of calls per year. Another innovative, improved service, the fingerprinting we do in the CPL arena. People used to have to come do the appointment with the CPL, then go to the sheriff's department and get their fingerprints. That's been abolished because we do it all in-house now. And again, all the self-service that we do online, it cuts down the wait times. If you come to our office, you'll never see a lineup like you might see in other clerk offices across the state. One of the programs we really got started on last year was that Fraud Notify. And through your help of the public engagement and the videos that we put out there, we've signed up over 4,000 people in the last year, which is, just amazing, the impact that that's had and the amount of people. And even some of you have come up to me and said, wow, I didn't know that existed. Hey, can you come talk to one of these groups, whatever they might be, Kiwanis Club or what have you. So it's been a great thing. We have a product that we've had, it was never utilized. Now we've got 4,000, and we're signing up anywhere between 50 to a couple hundred people a week. So that's really getting quite along. The other thing that we're starting up is election worker recruitment and training. The big need for local clerks is education, trying to educate the public and educate workers. We need more workers. So the 9 days of early voting, that just is that many more people that we're going to need to run elections. And we want to make sure the elections are held in a fashion that everyone has a lot of confidence in. So we're taking that on ourselves. As a matter of fact, if you see the posting on the door next door, we're actually doing some of the training here, which never happened before. So we're changing from a data input department and election department to a education department, talent development department. We're getting people in the local communities a little bit more knowledge so that when we're running elections, we have confident people, not only on the worker side, but also on the challenger side. We want people to be educated, know their rights, and be able to come to the elections and feel good about their elections. You've heard about our track indexing. This is a program that started years ago under Kamala Sabal, the clerk, spending about $250,000 a year to try to do this program. And it would have taken about 38 years under that program. So I think she stalled it because of budgetary constraints. Well, because of your job in approving some of the things that we're moving forward on, we're on the final step of getting 9 million records track indexed. It would have taken 38 years. We're going to have it done within a year and a half, 2 years total from the time we started. So sometime in this next year, we should have it just about completely track indexed, and for a cost, I think somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000 total, which is pretty impressive. And I got to give credit to Jennifer Walker, my deputy registrar, for doing a great job in thinking this through and making it happen. It was a big day when she came into my office, and she was all giddy, and I, what's going on? She says, 9 million records being switched over. We only have 200 to 400,000 records that didn't make it. Handwritten records, old records, that we got to figure out how to get them in the system. But that's a huge, huge number, which I think when it finally gets through, you're all going to be very proud of it. The other thing is multi-language support. Almost every day we have somebody come in that can't speak English. We have a service that we've provided so that we can give the people that don't speak English help to understand what they're doing, particularly if they're getting married. So that's usually where we're actually giving the help back. The other thing that we worked with Judge Biernat on and the Mount Clemens Commission was to get free jury parking. That's been a huge help to Mount Clemens. Did it cost us anything? No. I don't think it's going to cost Mount Clemens either, because now we're getting people parking for free, and they're sticking around. They're not leaving. And that's been a huge thing. And I think we'll see actually people not feeling so bad about coming to jury duty. I talked a little bit about the videos. You've probably all seen the videos we've had. They've been helpful. They've been helpful in getting people from, virtually zero on the register of deed side to 4,000 people signed up, and as well as a few other things. Innovative program. Last year I talked about, I think it's our responsibility to get high school students, college students, a chance to learn how to work in the business world. And there's a picture of a couple of our high school interns from Mount Clemens. Commissioner Wallace was helpful in getting these kids over here, and one of them is still working here today. She's doing a great job and comes into work ready to go. Election night. This is something I'm sure you're all concerned about. How do we get election night results in quicker, right? And it's been a challenge because of the changes in the state law where we cannot modem in results. But I talked with our sheriff, and the sheriff agreed that we're going to actually go out into the communities and make one drive in early, maybe 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock, to bring in sticks so we can start getting results. So you can start understanding what is happening with the elections. It's very frustrating for us to be sitting in the clerk's office late at night, nothing there. Our executives call me multiple times, wondering where the results are. And of course, we're waiting for them. And this hopefully will help us get a little bit get more ahead with this. So again, innovative programs, cross-training of our employees. I talked a little bit about it earlier. I mentioned it to you last year, we're the only clerk's office in the state still today that did a forensic audit of our server. And we can talk with confidence. And just this morning I was in East Point talking about the confidence in our elections because our servers and everything have all been tested out, and there's been no infiltration. Also, we're teaching local clerks how to do hash validations on their tabulators so that they can ensure every tabulator has not been tampered with. That's important. The public wants to know that. Again, going out into the communities, letting them understand what we do. Most people don't know what the clerk's office does, but we're getting ahead of that by the various things that you've all helped me get out into the communities through different means. All right, here's my ask. You guys got budget numbers. We can talk a little bit more about that. There was a couple things when we put our budgets together. I was adamant that we weren't going to be increasing our numbers, increasing the amount of people, and if we're going to make any changes, how do we find the money? And so this is somehow get lost in the shuffle, but this was, and it probably because there's a move here not to upgrade any positions. We wanted to take two positions, existing positions, and upgrade them to administrative coordinator positions in the clerk's office. That cost was about $10,000. You say, well, we found out after the budget, we're not going to be making any of these kinds of moves. But what we did was do it in a way that it was actually a savings. Take a look at this schematic that you have here of all the employees. The blue is one supervisor oversees the ones in the blue, another one oversees the ones in the pink, and another supervisor oversees the ones in red. There's no administrative coordinators, and that's what we want to do, is put administrative coordinator in two of those sections so that they can help with the training, they can help with the hand-holding, they can help with, keep in mind, we're spread out in this department amongst 6 different floors. This is a person that can go help train and get people up to speed. And the way that, and if you look at any department, every department has these administrative coordinators. The court building has none. We have no administrative coordinators there. And these are the clerk section, clerk job duties. I won't get into all that. But how are we going to pay for this? So this was kind of a package and somehow got lost along the way. That the cost is $10,000, but we were taking an employee, moving the employee from the general fund to the tech fund to save $74,000. That's a $64,000 savings to the general fund. That's what we were focused on. I wasn't gonna put this forth to you, before all these changes that were made, unless we can come up revenue neutral on this. And so that was our plan. Half the plan got adopted in the budget, the other half didn't. I'd really like to see this whole package put together, because if you look at that prior slide, it's needed in that court section. We're just, the training, to try to manage and train and do all the things that they do, no other department has that many people without somebody in between. So that's an ask I have of you on the budget. Again, from the time we submitted our budget to the time we found out there wasn't going to be these upgrades, we wouldn't have done the one end without the other. So that's why I'm asking to look at this as a package. I'm going to have Brian Burdak come up and talk about, these are some cleanup items that came up after our budget was submitted. Brian, you want to come up and talk about jury commission and civil service?
Tony, if we could, really quick, we're focused just on the clerk budget right now, which is page C21. We'll actually be getting to the jury commission budget as part of your, let's say, your Rolodex here of all your departments they have underneath you.
Okay, I apologize.
So what I want to do is just focus on the county clerk budget, Commissioner C21. Any questions on that specifically? And then also any questions related to the capital improvement plan. You have a handful of items on there as well.
Yeah, no, this jury commission is part of the clerk budget.
Well, we have it separate.
Separate?
It's a separate page, yeah, in the budget for you there. So, any other thing related to the county clerk budget that you wanted to? No,
That's it.
we're good there? Okay, we have questions already, so let's start there. Commissioner Song.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Tony. Good to see you. Glad you're here. And also folks from the prosecutor's office. We talked a little bit about this during the legislative town hall regarding the committees that owe fines. And as of today, as you know, there's over 90 committees that owe in excess of over a combined of $397,000. And I think that the county is leaving a lot of money on the table. What can you guys do to enforce these fines? Similar to what the prosecutor's office has done with the child support money and programming, and they've done a phenomenal job of going after those that owe over $500. But there are committees that are listed that owe up to $17,000. What can we do to make them pay these fines besides them filing to run and then deciding to pay for it? Because this is a lot of money that we're leaving on the table, and I'm concerned about that.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It's frustrating on my part because of the administrative cost that we have in trying to chase these down. First off, it's after it leaves I think it's after 90 days, it's in the treasurer's hands and the prosecutor whether they want to prosecute these people. And it's really difficult to go after. Some of these committees are decades old, right? And that's why there's such big fines and there's nobody really accountable to them anymore, but they're still hanging on the books. It seems like it would be easy to just say, hey, pay us the money. There may not be anybody behind that number anymore. Even though they personally might be responsible, it would take somebody else to prosecute and go after them. I'm going to be bringing to you in the next couple of meetings a program that we've been working together with the treasurer's office to try to get rid of the administrative part of it, because we're sending out notices to really people that aren't going to pay, and they're accumulating fines that they're not going to pay. And they may not ever run again, so they're not going to pay. And do you lock them up in jail for that? I mean, again, that's not up to the clerk's office to do, but we did go through a program of calling every single one of these, and we collected. We cut that number. Mike, do you know how many we cut that down to? It was quite a bit. So we cut 20% of them out. We finalized it with about 20%, okay? That's just because we started making phone calls as opposed to sending mail. The rest of them are going to be a little bit more difficult, primarily because a lot of these committees were put together for maybe a bond issue, a bunch of parents. It says, all right, let's do it. And then whether it failed or passed, they were gone. And they thought they were done. They weren't professionals. Others are people, you're right. And so we're coming up with a program that we're finalizing with the treasurer's office right now that we're going to come and just show you what we're going to do. And is it going to answer your question totally? No. They got to, pay, but they're probably not gonna pay. But they can never run for office again with these fines that are out there.
Got it. Well, I look forward to hearing more about that.
Yeah,
Thank you,
we're-
Tony.
It's
Thank you.
frustrating on my part because I got a new directive for our elections department. It's not about data and all that. It's about, let's use the campaign finance filings. I hope I know you're not all doing it, but it'd be nice if you did, because that takes us away from data input to doing more education and going after things like this.
Got it. Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chair. Tony, on your previous slide where you were looking to move the administration over, you showed 1,000. That
Right.
move itself is administratively, why would that have to be approved in the budget?
Because we're changing a job classification from administrative or office assistant senior to administrative coordinator.
Okay. That, I see no reason not to support that. Same.
Yeah, I mean, we put together the package ahead of time to kind of package it together, because I did not want to just come to you and say, we want to increase these and increase the budget. We decreased the budget in what we did.
And it's not increasing headcount at all?
No,
No. I would think that would be something I would take back to the executive's office and just
yeah, I
indicate.
think it just fell through the cracks, to be
Yeah.
honest. I mean, there's a lot of things they're looking at.
Well, you have my support. Thank you.
Commissioner Van Sickle.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Clerk.
Afternoon?
I'm not familiar with the tech fund. Is that the IT budget?
No. The tech fund is set up in the Register of Deeds office, and it's to do some of the things that we're doing. I mean, the high-tech stuff and improvements in that department and the employees that implement it.
Where does that money come from?
So it's by state statute, every document that's recorded at the Register of Deeds, we charge $30 for. $5 out of the 30 that we collect is mandated by the legislature to go into a tech fund.
Okay,
And the technology fund, the purpose of why the legislature set this up was, it's been in existence for quite a long time. It was to kind of move counties in the direction of digitizing and computerizing documents back in the day when everyone still had everything in a book. So we accumulate money in that fund year after year after year. I think it's currently sitting at like $1.8 million.
okay, so you have enough to sustain this for a
So
while.
how this move comes about is that we put forward to take a Register of Deeds general funded position and move them on to the tech fund. It's one more additional person from the previous year added to the tech fund. So that is general fund savings. The addition or the upgrade of the 2 office assistants are in a different budget, but also general fund money. That's in the clerk budget.
Does the tech fund cover their benefits and everything too then?
It does.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Clerk, or, thank you, Chair.
Commissioner will also have the tech fund budget page here shortly as well, if you want to ask some additional questions. Commissioner Kraft was on the board and he no longer is. Clerk, couple questions. So in regards to your budget, looking at revenues, so the last 3 years, your revenues have gone down. Obviously, expenses have gone substantially up just because of personnel and everything that's gone part of that. What's really the cause for, I mean, the charges for services are less than they were 3 years ago. Are we doing less in as far as what we're charging for, or what's really the main cause for that?
Well, I think the main cause, as a real estate agent, you know that interest rates have gone up substantially. We were in a period of downward interest rates for a long period of time. And this past couple of years has seen the first time in upticks in mortgage rates. So people aren't doing the refinancing, which, gets us money, nor are they moving as much. And so there's that element. We had, the year I came in, we had 190,000 transactions. And I think I had it up there, it was 135 last year, 1,000. So that's a,
That's the big chunk of it.
yeah.
Okay. other question I have is, in your capital improvement plan, you have an item in here for scheduling and timekeeping software for $125,000. What is that for? The capital improvement budget.
What's it called?
Schedule.
Yeah, that
Good
doesn't
thing I'm
sound right.
asking the question, right? Because I asked it in another committee and we're waiting for you to be here for your budget. It is a scheduling and timekeeping software for $125,000.
Yeah, do you know what that is?
I mean,
Oh, there we go. Big guy. Pockets are full of cash.
Steve was hiding in the back.
We just put it in your department, who can find anywhere else to put it?
I'll look into that, Commissioner. I don't know if that's, I want to say it's the court, but Court Administrator Bovinson's saying maybe not. So I will look at that and see where the proper departmental assignment should be.
Okay, so
Save
while,
us the-
while we're on that topic in general, so for the clerk, we have here, and these are technology specific, ENS upgrade, ES&S upgrade. That is for your department.
That's elections, ES&S.
The Tyler Cloud for Remonumentation, obviously that's in your department. Jury room AV replacement, that's being requested.
Like you want to come up and, yeah.
And replace payment system.
That's all elections you're talking? Is that the election budget?
This is just listed as county clerk, so it's in one of yours, I would assume.
he's referring to items that are in the IT budget, not directly in 21501. I thought we were just addressing 21501 issues. That, I mean, we would be here when IT presents that budget, but those are our items that are in the the IT budget.
Okay, and then the last one we had was courthouse technologies enhancements. That was also a tech.
That's related to the annual payments for the use of courthouse technology for the clerk and the entire court, yes.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay, so the only question one is the software one. Okay. Clerk, how many vacancies do you have right now in your department?
Just talked about that, what was it? Yeah. Just a handful.
So we have 98.5 budgeted employees in our current 2023 budget. On the Register of Deeds side, we have 3 vacant office assistant senior positions. On the court clerk budget, we have a total of 3 current vacant positions, 1 JCC, and 2 office assistant seniors. So a total of 6 out of the whole department.
Total 6, okay, great. Okay, seeing no other speakers for this budget page, we'll move on to the Civil Service Commission budget page, which is C20. I'll see commissioners here. I don't see anybody on the board, but I do have a question on this. We did have a budget amendment most recently with this
Correct.
fund that basically in regards to $35,000 they're estimating, so I assume.
Yeah, we got a little cleanup on that.
Okay, so I guess what we would need to know is approximately what this budget needs to change to for 2024.
Right.
Okay, so you're looking for an increase of $56,300?
Correct. Yeah, and it's, you see the items that are laid out there, right column on the slideshow, that would be the increase that we're asking for.
Okay, and those would be all under contract services?
No,
That line item?
so the name of, if you look, it says per diems, that's the.
We don't have those individuals. All we have are supplies and services, contract services. So it would be one of those. We would need to know.
We have it all listed out for you.
Okay. So we would need to get that information as well, because that was just provided
So I'm
to us.
prepared to give you that for our,
Okay.
everything in
Just follow
general,
up,
and it's
just follow up with
listed
Kyle so we can
separately.
get it added as an
Yeah,
amendment.
and if I could just have one comment about
Sure,
that, if that's
sure.
okay. You were wise to point out when we were here at the board just recently for that increase for the psychological evaluations. I was impressed that you caught that you know, you're here asking for an increase, but I saw in the budget that you only had $40,000 budgeted for it. The reason for these changes are at the time that we started the budget procedure in July, when we had to put in our requests, that is when the Civil Service Commission started increasing the number of new employees that they needed to hire at the Sheriff's Department and do these psychological evaluations. I think the member of the board was here at the last meeting explaining that. So unfortunately, this got caught in the budget cycles, and we did not ask for the appropriate funding that we need now at this point. Second to that, previously in the year, you had already increased that psychological exam item, but the budget that you're looking at from the finance department says that that was funded for 22,005. That additional increase that you had already approved back in June wasn't included in this report yet because I understand they have to have a cutoff date when they send out all the budget information. So we're a little bit backtracked on all this. Don't have any control over how many people retire at the Sheriff's Department. It's, you know, as the commission members spoke at the last meeting, I mean, these are requirements that they have to do to fill those 30 positions. So that's why there's the increase.
Great. Commissioners, any other questions on page C20?
Good explanation.
And you got, we just passed out the changes that we're looking for.
Okay, we are seeing no other speakers for that budget. We'll move on to elections, page C28. Only question I have right now, Tony, is supplies and services goes up to $985,000. What is that specifically for?
Was that supposed to be a big number?
Well, I mean, based on history, yes.
It is a big number.
39,985 would be yes. a big
Yeah,
increase.
it is. It is a very big number. And, you know, actually, my elections director, I think, asked for 1.2 million. I told him to pound sand. And we're trying to, this is going to be a real struggle, this 9 days of early voting and what's got to be available to all the local clerks and how do we go about it? And, you know, of course, he went to what he believed to be the right number. And I think we can be a little bit more creative. And there's ballot on demand that we're looking at. There's a lot of things we're looking at that we don't have answers to. And I've been to state conferences and whatnot, and everyone's in the same boat. It's a guessing game what this means, the 9 days of early voting. You know, keep in mind, with combining communities that they're suggesting we do, and we try to encourage it as much as we could, we have, if you think about it, every polling location is going to have multiple ballots that they have to have on hand for the early voting. And, you know, stacks of these and every precinct. And so we're trying to figure out what's going to be a better way of doing it. And we don't have the answers. That's in the budget. I'm hoping that we can return a lot of that. And I'm really hoping Mike wasn't right. We needed more.
And then the contract services increase, what's that specifically for?
Patrick, is that,
That is mostly,
Mike, sir?
sorry. That is mostly for anticipated recounts. That's always kind of one of the biggest guesses in our budget. Are we going to have recounts or are we not? So we budgeted for a countywide recount as we usually do. Those unfortunately seem to be more and more common in the recent years. And then for smaller kind of city or township level recounts. Again, it's one of those things we either budget for it, and then if we don't use it, it comes back, where we don't budget for it, and then we need it, and then we have to come back to you and say, hey, I need $125,000 and I need it tomorrow.
And I know based on 2022 numbers, you had a $230,000 surplus in that budget, so we totally understand that.
Yeah, we certainly, you know, you can look at our budgets of past years. We don't, you know, go out and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just because we have it left. You'll see that we return whatever we have left. We will certainly continue to do so, but there are, as Clerk Forlini said, just a lot of unknowns in our budget. So we try to prepare for it, and then we give back as much as we can.
Great. Commissioner Brown?
On that point, what type of contracts are you issuing on a recount that equal that amount of money?
The vast majority of it is personnel costs, so we have to hire people to do the recount. There's costs associated with finding the place to do it. Sometimes if it's a large recount, we generally go to Macomb Community College. They have a wonderful venue. They're great to work with, but there's a charge. But the vast majority of it is people. All of our recounts are done by hand. It takes a lot of people to do it, and that is usually the cost. We did a presidential recount in 2020 that I think we spent probably $80,000 or $90,000 before it was shut down. The vast majority of that is people. When they're working, 8 to 10 hours a day times 60 people, it adds up quick. We just did a recount recently in Warren. The total cost was, I think, somewhere around $17,000, and about $13,000 or so of that was labor costs.
You have to do that relatively short order of time to find that amount of people and staff to do that. So you have like a team in waiting?
What we usually do is use election inspectors. So these are people who work for local city and townships as election inspectors. So they're familiar with ballots and layouts and voting and things like that. So there's a lesser element we have to train them on. We just have to train them on our recount procedures. But we'll usually reach out to the clerks and say, hey, give me a list of your 10 best workers, and then we'll start calling them.
Okay. Going back to the astronomical increase in supplies and services, isn't that a state mandate that should be paid? Is that an unfunded state mandate because they're requiring us to do that? And shouldn't that be funded under Headley?
That's a legal question that I can't answer.
I'm sure that the clerk has raised it, though, in defense of the
Yes, he has.
taxpayers of
I'll
Macomb
let
County.
Tony speak to that, but absolutely.
Yeah, because it was a proposal, it's not quite the same. But I still believe, and you might have read some stuff I've said in the, that's gotten out there, that I don't know of a state government, and Harold was up there with me when we talk about this, there's not a state department that gets 100% or 80% funding and gives 100% of the work. I would argue it's the other way around. They get 100% of the funding and do 80% of the work.
Agreed.
Our local clerks and whatnot, some of them their boards are telling them they're not gonna get paid overtime for the 9 days, that they gotta work 2 weekends. It's really a tough situation when the state's telling us we're gonna only get 40% reimbursement, the local clerks, if they don't combine, but they're expected to do 100% of the work. That, to me, is an unfunded mandate. You're
I mean,
correct.
it's hard enough for local municipalities of varying sizes across the county to administer an election. It's a lot of work on them, short-staffed, all the rest.
Right.
Now
And-
they've got additional responsibilities heaped on them that they,
preaching to the choir.
that they may not have the talent or the money to afford, which probably will lead to problems, right?
Right.
And now, have you and the Clerks Association talked about consolidating these elections under the counties? Let the county run, so we got some efficiencies at least, so that we understand?
Well, for us to run it?
Yeah.
With our
the
4
entire-
employees?
Yeah. Well, you'll use their contract.
We'll come back to you if that happens.
Yeah.
But, it's a locally run thing, and I understand what you're saying.
I'm just
And
trying,
there
I'm
are
trying
communities.
to find efficiencies. I'm
Well,
trying to
we
find a
have.
better way to do it.
We have, and we've had meetings with our clerks of encouraging efficiencies, but understand, some of our communities are bigger than most counties. Warren, for instance, is bigger than, I'd say, a majority of the counties out there. And you can go on and on. Many of our cities are bigger than counties. And why should they be held to that same standard? The other thing is, if we're encouraging people to vote, make it easier to vote, yet we're asking them now, if you want to vote early, though, you got to drive 50 miles to go vote. It's kind of a conflict of ideology, and it comes down to money. I believe all voting is local, and I believe that we should be paying the local clerks, if that's what we want, to have early voting, that they continue to do it and they continue to get funded. They will be getting money this year, but it's not for the full amount. Up in your areas, several of them have combined. But the residents there are gonna see that they gotta drive maybe, a
We
few
don't like
extra
operating
miles.
but in silos in the north end, try to do things and try to do it efficiently, but it's easier for us though, we're smaller, so it's easier for us to do some of those things that are smaller,
Well-
jointly, but
But there's more miles. I think about the voter. The voter's gotta drive further.
yeah.
And it's a conflict of ideology, really. And,
Well, it's a lot of money, and I'm glad to see that your clerks associations are trying to address this with the state legislature, and you need any help pushing, advocating on that cause, I'm sure you have plenty of friends around the county to help support that.
oh, absolutely. And it's been very supportive.
One more side question. The electronic filing that you implemented last cycle, I think maybe the second
Campaign
before.
finance?
Yeah, how many is that now pretty much everyone using that system now? What?
I wish.
It's not. So there are a number of committees still using it, probably about, I don't have hard numbers, but I would say probably half or so. As new committees are being created, we're signing them up for e-filing, and they seem pretty open to it. Where we seem to be lacking in some instances is the existing committees. Some of them have embraced it and love it, and some are reticent to change over from the paper filing. So we're leaving it up to the
50%'s progress, so but
Absolutely.
we'll get there, but
And I think we're one of the first counties to actually implement this program.
well, it's a great program, and it's a huge time saver, and it's efficient, and I can't say enough good things about it. As someone who has to use it, so.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Song.
Thank you, Chair. Tony, so with the early 9 days of voting and Warren being the largest city, I kind of feel bad for whoever's going to be the clerk next year to have to administer that.
I feel horrible for anybody. It's gonna be a tough job next year for any clerk in any
Yeah.
community.
So I'm really glad that, Proposal 2 passed and expanding voting in early elections, but I'm really surprised that the state legislature did pass the 9 new election laws tied to that proposal, and there was no funding tied to that for the local municipalities.
Par for the course, huh, Harold?
Yeah, sure,
We've been there, we've seen it.
forever.
It was a fight we fought when we were up there.
And regarding the recount, if there's a candidate that asks for the recount, do they only pay a percentage of that? Because the recount that you guys just did recently, I mean, you paid a lot more than the person that had requested it.
Yes.
Is there a reason why?
Yes, so the deposit that is paid by the petitioner who's requesting the recount is set in state law depending upon the variation, the number of votes separating the lowest winning candidate and the highest vote getting losing candidate. So it's either $25 a precinct, $125, or $250 per precinct. The
Got it.
idea being the larger the discrepancy, the less chance there is of the recount changing the result, therefore the more of the cost burden is put on the candidate. Consequently, and conversely, the closer the race, the
County
less they
bears
pay.
the burden.
Actually, the local unit bears the burden. So the county fronts the money. So for the Warren recount, for example, or any city and township or school district, to be fair, the county fronts the petitioner pays the deposit that they're required to. The cost of the recount is fronted by the county. We keep the deposit, and then we bill the local unit for the remainder.
Okay, so the $17,000, you guys were reimbursed for that
Yes.
from the city? So there
Yes.
was no cost to the county?
Correct. But if it's a county, so let's say there's a county commissioner recount or a county office, county exec, county clerk, county treasurer, whoever. If it's a county level recount, we are the local unit. So we not only front the money, but we do not get reimbursed for it. We bear the cost for that.
So this increase is in anticipation of a possible recount for next year?
Yes, because a county-wide recount, we would have to bear the cost for, obviously front the money and then pay for it. There would be no reimbursement. And for the local level recounts, we would have to front the money and then get reimbursed. Or if it's, say a county commissioner recount, which is, probably somewhere in the $15,000 range, we would have to pay the money and we would not get reimbursed. So
Okay.
we need to pay we need to front the money no matter what, and in some instances, we might get reimbursed, or others we wouldn't. It just depends on the race.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, I've been here long enough to know the ebbs and the flows of the budget when it comes to the elections. I think I've asked you almost every year, why the dip? Why the increase? Now that I've got that down,
Sure.
I'm going back to 2020's actual budget, which was the previous presidential election. And we had about we did have $680,000 for that. And now you're asking for 985. Is that looking at turnout to turnout, rather equivalent? Are you basing that off of the increased cost of doing business and the potential increased turnout because of the additional election days? Is that where that increase is coming from?
There are just so many unknowns. Most with early voting, though the cost of paper has gone up. The biggest expense we have in that line item is ballot printing. The cost of paper has gone up. There was a paper shortage, as everyone may be aware of, a few years ago. It's just more expensive to print ballots, and we print millions upon millions of them. So the cost, even if you increase it by, a penny or two per ballot, or 3-4 cents, whatever, that adds up very quickly when you're talking millions of ballots. But so that's part of it. But a lot of it has to do with early voting. We have to supply the early voting sites with ballots, so there is an additional ballot printing cost. We don't know what voter behavior is going to be like. The idea that even with early voting, everybody's still only going to vote once. You still only need to print one ballot per person. Well, that's true, but we don't know where they're going to show up. There was a change in the state law that now requires or allows for a permanent absentee ballot list, so you can sign up to be on a list and have a ballot automatically sent to you rather than an application. So we're going to have to print more ballots to accommodate that. But then they decide not to vote that, and they show up early voting. Now we have to print another. So we just don't know what voter behavior is going to look like and where they're going to show up. There's also increased cost. We have to print poll books for early voting, precinct kits for early voting, additional voter assist terminal ballots for early voting. There's just a lot of unknown costs. So as Tony said, our hope is that we can return a lot of that money. We'll certainly return as much as we can. There's just especially back when we had to start this process in June, there were so many unknowns, and unfortunately, there's still a lot of them.
Okay. And then one last question real quick. When it comes, there's the possibility of a potential special election for a particular city in our county next year, should certain things fall the way that they do. Who bears the brunt of the cost for a special election such as that for a primary and a general? Is that us? Is that the local municipality? A little bit of both?
Great question. Don't know.
Because I was going to ask if that was baked in here too as a potential, because that would be falling next year.
Sure, that is a great question. So that I can answer. No, the potential cost of any special election is not baked into this. What we did, we've had special elections in the last few years, so we came back and asked for a budget amendment. The state also decided to reimburse us for those costs, though they are not required to. So if a special election is necessary and if it gets called, we would pay so the county pays for, generally speaking, ballots and precinct kits. The local clerks pay for election inspectors and programming and all those other costs. It would still get divided the same way. So at the very least, we would have to front the money. We'd have to come ask for the money, get the money, front the money for what we normally pay for, generally speaking, ballots and kits. And then we may or may not get reimbursed by the state, depending on what they decide.
Perfect. That sounds fantastic. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Perna.
Back on the recount issue, back in 1996. Computer cards, for those that were here now remember that.
Oh, yes.
Is it a state mandate that you have to do a recount manually instead of electronically?
No, sir. That is at the discretion of the Board of Canvassers who is conducting the recount.
So they'll make the decision if it's going to be electronic or mandate based on the number of ballots that are cast for that particular election?
Nope, just based on their discretion. So the Board of State Canvassers, for example, has decided that all state level recounts will be hand counts. County boards of canvassers, I should not say counties. County boards of canvassers are allowed to make that decision for themselves. Our board of canvassers for the last number of years has just felt more comfortable with hand recounts. Though I can say that there are some discussions about moving to machine recounts, but that's not a decision that we get to make.
Do you, in your opinion, do you believe that a manual count is better than electronic count?
Both have their pros and cons.
So he's uncomfortable
How's
making
that
those
for a
kinds
good
of.
non-answer?
But I don't believe hand recounts are better than tabular recounts. You put the human error into play, and I think when you get to the recount arena, I believe you're looking at usually one issue, and you're just going through that one issue. So on a recount, I don't think it really matters much, but I think it's tough to beat a machine, because the machine has no feelings, and it just pounds them through.
So in your unofficial opinion, we'd say a electronic recount probably would be more accurate.
Well, I wouldn't say more accurate, but it certainly would be more efficient. How many times does the numbers really change much? They're a couple off, a couple here or there. So I don't know that it would be more accurate or less accurate, but what we found through the years, it really doesn't change much at all.
But there could be an amount of significant savings by electronic recount, correct?
Potentially.
Well, what's the cost on the electronic recount right now versus a manual recount?
Well, it depends on what we're talking about, right? How
Right.
big of an election.
Talking
But understand that, yeah, if you did it electronically, you're gonna process it quicker. So that part of it probably would be.
electronic can be done in one day. A manual can take many days.
Depending on how many people you have.
Depending on how
yeah.
big, right.
But you're right. The cost savings would be, with an electronic recount, you could theoretically hire less recount workers, and that is the single biggest cost associated with a recount. It's hard to say what it would be, but I would anticipate a cost savings to some extent, of some sort, with a machine recount.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Song?
Thank you, Chair. Mike, you said something I just want to clarify. If a voter is mailed an absentee ballot and then they try to come in and vote, don't they have to have their absentee ballot in order to get a new ballot?
No, not necessarily. So the way it works is under Michigan election law, if you have an absentee ballot, you do have to surrender that ballot in order to vote in person. If you don't have it, there is an affidavit that you can file under penalty of, I think it's a felony perjury, that it was lost, stolen, destroyed, I never received it, I spilled coffee on it, the dog ate it, I threw it away, whatever. The workers will still check with the clerk's office to make sure you're not lying, so if you don't have it to surrender, they still call back to the clerk and say, hey, voter so-and-so is here, they don't have their absentee ballot to surrender, how do we know you didn't just submit it 5 minutes ago, or right after you leave the precinct? So the worker will call the clerk will verify that the ballot has not been returned, and then the clerk will cancel that absentee ballot so that if there is an attempt to return it later, it would not be accepted. There's going to be additional processes to figure out, because there is a change in election law once it goes into effect, that absentee ballots that are sent out in a goal for cost savings, that an absentee ballot can be turned in and tabulated at a precinct or at an early voting site. So that way, if we send you an absentee ballot and you want to go tabulate it, rather than wasting that ballot, you are now able to tabulate that ballot at an early voting site or at a precinct. So there's, theoretically, we would need less ballots, there would be less waste. But we have to the state has to come up with the procedures to, again, make sure that those are all tracked and tallied and balanced at the end of the night.
Got it. So there's a really good procedure process in place to ensure that ballots are not counted twice, or that people don't intentionally or unintentionally vote 2 times.
Yes, it
Commissioner
all
Song, I'm trying to focus today's meetings on the budget specifically. If we want to have this discussion, I'm sure Commissioner Romano would bring the clerk back at his committee at any time to discuss elections.
All right,
But
thank you.
we're focused on the budget
Give us a
today.
call.
Okay.
I'll be
I
happy
will.
to
we could.
Thank you.
answer any questions you have.
Any other questions on page C28, Commissioners? Seeing none, we're going to move on to Jury Commission, page C43. Pretty straightforward.
There is an adjustment we're looking at. It was on one of my slides. But
You want to recap again, that clerk, just so we have it here again in front of us?
Yeah, so the papers that flew around, I think that I prepared. Long and short of this is that we are looking for an additional $21,000 above and beyond what the OCE recommended before you. So we did ask for additional funding. We got most of it. We didn't get all of it, and we're concerned that with the increase of the number of jury notices that we have to send out in order to get the correct number of jurors to show up for court, because a lot of people just don't show up anymore. That causes an increase in cost for us. And it also contractually, the contract for sending out those jury summons are per jury summons that we send out. And so we are committed by the contract to pay what that bill is. And so we've adjusted the numbers to try and equate them to what last year, or I'm sorry, this year is, because we've already spent more this year than what we were previously budgeted for. And so we tried to move those numbers into 2024 going forward. So the summary of all of what I just said is basically we're looking for an additional $21,000.
So Brian, just to be clear, this year you had a budget of 75,000. You've already overspent that budget. You're looking for $125,000 in that budget line.
That's correct.
Commissioners, any questions on that? Commissioner Lucido?
Just to verify, so you're looking for 125,000 or 131,000?
So we're looking for $21,000 above and beyond what the OCE recommendation is.
Okay, because in the budget it says 110. So if I
Correct.
just-
So on that particular line item, we're looking for 15,000 additional
Okay, so
dollars.
120.
And then the postage and delivery, we're looking for an additional 6.
Right.
So there's two line items there.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, seeing no other questions on this budget page, C43, we're going to move on to concealed pistol license, page D18. If there's any questions, clerk, any changes to this budget that you're requesting?
I mean, I don't have a lot to say. We're on the CPL fund, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. We asked on the CPL fund for some additional funding to upgrade 2 office assistant positions to office assistant senior, and we were granted that in the OCE recommendation. So I don't know if anyone has any questions about that, but that's all. That's all.
That
we
was
have
an
there.
increase?
Pardon me?
That was an increase in this budget?
Yes.
We don't show an increase. We see 6
Under personnel.
under personnel.
Yeah.
We see the same numbers last year, or as this year.
So, so under total personnel, we requested 437 for expenses, 437,000. We received 437,000 per the office, the OCE's recommendation.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for,
Yep.
that's the number we have. I thought you were talking actual count, staff count.
No, there's no additional staff count. We're just taking 2 office assistants and upgrading them to office assistant senior. That's on the CPL fund.
Got it.
So it's non-general fund related.
Okay.
And the balance on that account is sitting at like $1.8 million.
Seeing no other questions on this page, we'll move on to Register of Deeds, budget page C56. Is that right? Tony, I would assume your charges for services have dropped 50% because of the real estate climate.
Right, yep.
Seeing no questions. And actually, is this one of the departments that you're moving the employee from into?
Right.
Okay, seeing no other questions on this budget, we'll move on to Remonumentation, budget page D16.
So all I want to say about remonumentation is the numbers that you're looking at, you're going to look at it and say, oh, there's a decrease there. How the remonumentation budget works is we don't know what our remonumentation budget will be for 2024 yet. We haven't submitted for that. It's kind of like a grant. So the finance department just pushes the numbers forward from the previous year. And we expect that the numbers will be the same. We don't expect, generally they're not too different. There might be a difference of a couple $1,000s. And once we know that, which we won't know until you conclude your budget process, we will then come forward to the board to adjust that budget. But there again, it's money we receive, money out. It doesn't affect the general fund.
Okay. So we're allowed to have a negative operating budget, Steve? Is that, I think we've talked about this in the past.
So what I think that is, and I'll get back with you, Commissioner, is what we refer to as a deferred inflow, meaning we didn't get the money from the state to reimburse us until after 60 days after year end.
Got it.
There's a delay. We have to, so basically, we will not receive the funds for this until we complete the program at the end of the year. We send a report showing that we completed it and paid the money out. So I guess we get a little loan from the finance department until that happens, which is why you see that, yeah.
Commissioner Kraft?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to the capital improvement plan in the Tyler Cloud for remonumentation for $30,000, what is that?
Yeah. So that, when we sit down with the IT department to do our requests going forward for new technology and so on, that's money that was set aside in the IT, is it a capital outlay or whatever you call it, to help us get that project initiated and started.
Is
And the
that,
cost of the product is big, but that's mostly funded out of the technology fund. So that's what the technology fund is for. But for the initial startup of the project, we have requested money for that in the past.
so that would be over and above what we're getting from the state for the program in particular? There's no grants out there that we can use to pay for this other project that ties in with the
No, it's generally
remonumentation?
things that won't be covered by the technology fund.
So what would this do? Like, in addition to what we're already doing with the grants from the state, I guess what is this going to help us accomplish? Faster, smarter?
Well, it's going to help us track index 9 million records in the clerk's office. I mean, it gets to that whole discussion that we have about when real estate firms or individuals in the county look up a property. We are currently a name-based system. So if you drive by and you see a house with an address, if you don't know the name of the person, you're hard pressed to find the historical history of that property. When we're track indexed, all you need is a parcel ID, and it's going to go back the entire index and pull every document associated with that piece of property.
Okay.
A real easy solution to all of this is that the legislature would pass a law that requires every document that comes forward include a parcel index, or a parcel ID number, but unfortunately it doesn't.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, we get documents every day that don't have any of that information. It's not a requirement to file a document.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Yep.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, seeing no other questions on this page of the budget, we'll move on to Technology Fund, page D17. Okay, seeing no questions on this page. Commissioner Van Sickle, you had a question earlier. Were all your questions answered?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Clerk, you're all set. We've got through your
Come on,
entire,
there's gotta be more.
no, that's it for now.
I'd like you to stay for the rest of the meeting, Clerk.
I just wanted to show you one last thing.
Is that a donation box?
Well, I wish it was,
Regards.
because we had 365 since May we put comment cards out, how can we improve our services, how can we do, what is it you like, what is it you didn't like? 365 since May, and they're all positive comments. I think we've had 2 negative comments, and I can think of one, and it was because these people lived in Detroit, wanted to get married, wanted to file here in Macomb County, but you can't. You got to file in Wayne County. They were upset with us because we wouldn't do it here because they weren't residents. So I got to tell you, we got a great team, and this is just an example of we had originally thought when we put this out that we were going to get a bunch of negative comments. You don't know what these things, right? And even in the court building, just a place that's not always a pleasant, you're not there for good reasons usually, right? Great comments come back, and it's because they take a difficult situation and help people through that difficult time in their life. And this is just, I'm very proud of this because it's a testament to the employees that are out there, the face of the county, they're your face out there providing a service to our residents. So just wanted to share that with you. And thank you for
Thank you,
all the
Tony.
questions and the time.
Okay, next is courts. We have Chief Judge Biernat. Here, we're going to start off, Commissioners, with budget page C19. And then we'll also discuss capital improvement items for the court as well. Judge, how are you?
Going for reinforcements. All staff. They bringing reinforcements in.
Sitting here.
Oh, he wants more money.
And I noticed, Commissioner Sabatini, you had me down for budget page C19, Chief Judge Biernat, and then I'm the chief of all the courts, so,
I know you're handling,
so.
well, obviously, we have all of these listed here.
We have different, okay,
So obviously, all the
Gotcha.
departments are here to discuss those.
okay,
We'll start at the top and go from there.
good, all right. Good afternoon, Board of Commissioners. I'm Chief Judge James Biernat of the Circuit Court, Probate Court, and the District Courts out in Romeo and New Baltimore. So in other words, I'm the chief of all courts funded by the Macomb County. There's 19 judges in all. I know there's some new commissioners, so I'm just gonna have a sky view, and then I have everybody here for any specific questions. There's 19 judges in the county funded by the county board, 15 circuit, 2 probate, 2 district court judges. My chief pro tem, Matt Switowski, is here. Where's Matt? Matt's back there. He and I've been in this position since middle of 2015. We have 318 employees. Approximately 233 are union. And it covers everything through all those courts, district, probate, and circuit. And I have some people here to introduce and kind of give you an oversight. We have Tom Blum from front of the court. Tom, if you can stand up. Tom oversees our front of the court. There's approximately 105, not approximately, there's 105 employees, and it oversees the enforcement of family court judges and referees. Their orders are enforced through front of the court. This deals with divorce, child custody. We have Nicole Folds from Juvenile Court. Nicole oversees the juvenile delinquents and abuse and neglect, parental abuse and neglect. She oversees 75 employees. We have Jeannie Cloud, our deputy court administrator. Where's Jeannie? Okay, Jeannie oversees the day-to-day operations in circuit court, judicial aid, ADR services, court IT, research department. She oversees 75 employees. Then we have our probate court, court administrator, John Brennan. John's here. John oversees administers the probate court, which deals with wills and estates and the mental health code proceedings, and he oversees 30.5 employees. And then in our district courts in Romeo and New Baltimore, district courts, so circuit court jurisdiction is any civil matter where the matter in disputes over 25,000, and any criminal matter that you could be sentenced more than a year in prison. District court is that jurisdiction's under 25,000, and the max district court judge could sentence someone would be under a year jail. And we have Judge Hackle out in New Baltimore. We have Judge Andier out in Romeo. Dara Salonik is the court director out in Romeo, and she oversees 15 employees. And Karen Grazel, she's the director of New Baltimore. She oversees 17 employees. We also have Christina Wolfield here, our specialty courts administrator. And well, our court finance director, Susan Sable, is not feeling well today. Bad day to be sick. And just overall, we're asking for 7 partially or fully funded grant positions, 2 judicial service officers in front of the court, 1 referee in juvenile court, 2 probation officers in juvenile court, 2 counselors in juvenile court. And these are all funded through grants. And just some highlights with respect to grants. We have our problem-solving courts. That's the courts specialty courts: drug court, mental health court, veterans court, sobriety court, the drug court in the district court, and Swift Insure. We've this year we've totaled our grant money is $381,930. We got to raise the age grant funding, which is anticipated to increase to $175,000. That's when they raise the on the juvenile matters from 16 to 17. We have a child and parent legal representation grant worth $199,100, which with assist with court-appointed counsel of neglect and abuse. As I said, we have the 318 employees. We have 5 vacancies. Is that correct? 5 vacancies. And I forgot to add our child care fund reimbursement rate from the state. Some of those went from being funded 50 to 75 by the state, and so the savings to the general fund was approximately $250,000. And again, the request we are making is some nominal increases in operating line items and these 7 positions which are funded or partially or fully funded by grants. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions, and I have everybody here for each and every department to ask any questions that you have.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioner Romano.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Judge.
Hello.
Judge, $382,000 in grant money, that's pretty formidable. My question is there grant funds out there that you're still waiting on or you anticipate getting, which would affect somewhat the budget?
Good afternoon, Christina Wolfield on behalf of Specialty Courts. No, we are currently not awaiting on any more grants. We did all of the grants that we were eligible for roughly about May, June of this year. And so we were just awarded in September for the fiscal year upcoming.
Good. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Judge, you speak to there's a move in Lansing to add a probate judge to Macomb County's bench. Can you speak to that? Is there something?
That is State Rep Wozniak, yes. And there was, we did discuss this with the county exec. Right now we have 2 probate judges. It passed, it went through the State House. Only 4 people voted against it. Today, Judge Harrison is on Zoom testifying in front of the state Senate. So it's at that level at this point. with respect to our numbers, now this is off the top of my head, but last time, like, for example, Oakland County's got 4 probate judges. They average about 2,600 a year of cases, and I believe, I'm sorry. They average 1,800 cases a year. Our 2 judges handle 2,600 cases a year. If we got this, and the Supreme Court Administrator's Office is pushing this or supporting this 100%, and if we got the 3rd judge, we would be around 18. We would still have more cases per judge than Oakland does.
Well, I'm sure, I'm not questioning the need, but how will it affect our budget? If it's granted, when would that take effect? Would it
That would take
take 2025,
That would be
26?
25.
Okay, so we don't have to worry about this budget year.
Yes, and with
All right.
respect to the judge itself, it's kind of confusing, but probate judges are, on the books, it says paid by the county 100% of their salary, and then you're reimbursed 100% by the state for the salary.
Just kind of a place to put them and staff them and provide all of that.
Yes.
Anyway, that's all. I just wanted to question on related to the budget. It won't affect us next year.
No.
Very good, if it happens at all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Perna?
Judge, can you explain to me the child care fund? How does that work?
Commissioner, we're not there yet. That will be coming up here shortly.
It will be?
Yep.
We'll wait.
Wait, I got your answer over there. Answer your question.
Anything else, Commissioner Perna?
No,
on this
I'm
side?
done.
Commissioner Lucido?
Yeah, real quick, you said you wanted 7 new positions?
Yes,
Or do you know what court, where those 7 new positions are?
so it would be in the, one would be in the front of the court, and, 2 in the front of the court, and 5 in juvenile. So one would be, it would be 2 judicial service officers. They enforce the orders by the judges. 1 referee juvenile, one referee in juvenile court, 2 probation officers in juvenile court, and 2 counselors in juvenile court.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
Commissioner Haw?
Thank you, Chair. It's nice to see Judge Spitowski Jr. back there in the corner.
Yeah, we put him in the corner.
His brother was my golf partner for the last 5 years. Judge Spitowski, not Mickey. And John, haven't seen John in a long time. Judge, we have been talking about the friend of the court. It's one of the entities within county government that you have the friend of the court, the sheriff, the treasurer, the finance department, the clerk, the judges, and the prosecutors all involved.
And the Attorney General.
And the Attorney General. Thank you for the clarification. There's chain links there that progress throughout. And I'm going to qualify my whole statement because I've heard comments made. I'm taking this issue on because it's my daughter. My daughter is part of this process, which I consider to be broken. But it's not the only reason I've asked Prosecutor Lucido to get involved. I've talked to you about forming a committee. I've talked to the chairman. I've talked to the clerk, the treasurer, the finance department, Mark Ackel. Everybody seems to think this process isn't broke. I take great exception to that. And I'll give you a perfect example. There was a communication on October 12th advising somebody that their hearing had been postponed from September 27th. And that's simplistic in nature. That can happen for 1,000 reasons. We've got 105 people, 107 being requested in the friend of the court. I don't know how many are in the prosecutor's office are involved, but I was watching a study. I used to be part of a problem resolution center with Judge Fuca and Judge Gotti. And in this center, we looked at the magnitude of an issue and tried to boil it down. The prosecutor showed up and told us there are 11,000 delinquent spouses in Macomb County of $5,000 or more. That's a crisis. That's just not an issue. That's short of COVID. I don't know what singular item we could touch on that impacts that many people. The prosecutor has committed to going after delinquent spouses, and it's both male and female. I want to know and garner your support on taking a look at this process and see where we can help. We control the budget. We control how things are being spent. We're here to fix this. I'm not criticizing any one department. I'm not laying blame on anybody during this. There is a problem. And last night, watching the shooting in Maine, they were talking about the crisis of mental health and how this shooter even got a gun. And the bottom line was there wasn't recognition there's a problem. You can't fix it until you know it's there. So I'm looking for your help, Tom's help, all the other entities that we've involved here that I've mentioned. If there's a way to streamline this, if there's a way to hook these chains together to expedite it. We have children, and personally me, I don't need justification to do anything to help my daughter or my grandchildren. This is a crisis of 11,000 people. And I know people are looking at me saying, well, what's the problem? The problem is there's kids, there's grandparents, there's spouses that are losing their houses, their cars, and grandparents are going bankrupt trying to take care of their children. You know all this. I'm preaching to the converted here. You know all this. So I'm looking for whatever to put this together. I've already asked our chairman. He's agreed that we would form a committee, but I need willing participation from you and Judge Witowski or whomever else you want there. But there needs to be a recognition we have a problem in Macomb County. So I would solicit your support.
Okay, well, and Commissioner, I have talked to, we have, right now, there's been communications, she's not here right now, but our presiding judge in family, who's the head of family court, is Rachel Rancilio. And she's been in meetings with Tom and with the representatives from the prosecutor's office. I talked to members of the prosecutor's office and the sheriff concerning some things. I'm all on board in doing what's possible to help out, and looking forward to the subcommittee that's going to be created. Is it 24? Is it soon?
Yes, very soon.
Very soon. Well, we're more than happy to participate in that and keep the lines of communication open and work with all the entities that are involved. We are communicating, and we have been just in the last week with the prosecutor's office, and I did talk to the sheriff himself concerning the possible sweeps in January, but we don't want to be in any way a hindrance. We have to, the court, obviously, we're not in the same position as the court is an umpire.
Right.
And so it's not the same situation as a prosecutor or a litigant, but we'll see what we can do, and we're more than happy to participate in your committee and keep the lines of communications open with everybody.
Thank you, Judge. I greatly appreciate that, and I'm sure the parents and the children in Macomb County will as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Chair.
Judge, couple questions. So supplies and services on your budget actually decreased a little over $200,000. What's that specifically related to?
Circuit, is it under circuit?
This would be, yeah, we're on page C19 of the budget.
Okay.
I don't know specifically why it went down, but I'll find out and we'll get back with you.
That'd be great. And then your conferences and trainings for this year, you have 41,000 in the budget. Are you trending to spend that entire amount this year?
Yes.
You are, okay. Okay, and then the last question I have, in regards to the positions, What was the total amount of grant dollars received on the, I'm sorry, in the 7 positions that you received? You have a number of 401,500. Is that what you have?
How much those positions are?
No, how much the total grants received on those 7 positions would be?
I don't have that same number. So the 2 JSOs would be in the FOC budget. Childcare fund or raise the age. Out between those.
Let's talk about the front of the court then. So we have 113,500 on that grant. Is that correct? Try and just determine the exact grant amount for the front of the court for the 2 positions, 113,500?
I think it'd be a little bit more than that. It's usually 50% is the grant amount, up to 66%. I think those positions are 130 apiece, so 260, so.
We have 227.
Yeah.
We have 227.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and all the positions that are grant related, the 7 that we're talking about specifically, are they dollar for dollar matches in order to get those grants?
For friend of the court, we have to spend the money to get the grants. So they're not dollar to dollar. Well, 50%, I guess it would be dollar to dollar, yeah.
Is there an option with these grants, if they are not a full FTE and they could be part-time, is that possible under the grant? Or do they have to be full-time positions?
No, they could be part-time. We pay part-time positions under the grant as well.
Okay. Seeing no other questions on, nope.
Just let me know
Oh,
that
okay.
our decrease was because of our jury fees have been going down.
Jury
We still
fees.
haven't come back to pre-pandemic numbers yet. We are trending up this year, but that's the decrease in that line item.
So jury fees, what would those expenses be related to jury fees? Paying for the jurors. But they're not getting a raise?
They're the only ones not getting a raise. They're not getting 6%.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other questions on this budget page, we'll move on to the District Court New Baltimore budget page C24. I'm sure Commissioner Kraft has a ton of questions on this budget.
I'm just glad Commissioner Sabatini isn't here, because every year he was going after my district court.
Commissioners, any questions on this budget page? Seeing none, we'll move on to budget page C25, the Romeo District Court.
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, Commissioner Brown will not be,
You're good in the north end.
And he said for me not to ask any either.
Judge, just in general to the district courts in the northern communities there, are there any major changes that we should be aware of, or in regards to like
levity,
what they need in upcoming years, just so we're kind of planning ahead? They've made us aware of.
I mean, we're in, obviously, we're in constant communication with Judge Hackle and
No? Okay, great.
you're rather quiet out
I
there.
do have a question.
I mean, the growth in the north end, I mean, we could see a caseload.
Just talking to the mics, everyone can't hear you that way.
The growth in the north end, you could see a caseload increase. It's trending, especially in New Baltimore's court, it's trending a little higher. I think in this next year, we'll do another judicial resource report through the state, and that'll help us see like staffing and things like that.
Okay, great. Commissioner Brown?
How are you liking the hook up to sewer out there? Place?
I like it a lot. I finally
Very-
used
very
the
nice.
sink
East
and
Pine
drink
Creek's
some
healthier
water.
now. Yeah, East Pine Creek's healthier
Very
now.
happy.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just really quick in regards to the increase in the northern, you said in Romeo. So the budget, actually, the revenue is actually going down from this year to next year.
We're continuing to right side the revenue there. The judge changed, the past year.
Yeah, Judge Leduc was the judge, now it's Judge Andary.
And their judicial discretion and how they assess fines, fees is different, their philosophy.
All right, seeing no other questions, on that budget page, we'll move to family counseling, budget page C35. I think it's pretty straightforward. My only question on this, Steve, would just be a negative operating budget again, kind of similar to what we were talking about before. Any other questions, commissioners? Seeing none, we'll move on. Juvenile Court, budget page C44. Commissioner Kraft?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Nicole, you ran and hid in the back. Come on. Smart move, smart play. So you're the one getting the bulk of the new positions, the grant funded positions. Those are those fully grant funded, or are those a 50-50?
So those, 4 of them are in the childcare fund, so that's upcoming, so that'll be a 75%. And then the referee position is various grant funding that we're using to offset the costs, including Raise the Age and the increased childcare fund revenue.
Okay, and are those the grant funding that you are using? Is that annual? Is that a 2-year grant? You know, how long do those, because we have this thing where, you know, the grants fall off and we want to keep these good people,
Right.
and then we have to pay for them somehow. How are these folks?
It's annual. There's an application process for Raise the Age and the Child Parent Legal Representation Grant. And then the Child Care Fund is established in statute, so it's ongoing.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions on this budget, we'll move on to Law Library, C45. Pretty straightforward budget. Any questions, commissioners?
They should all be like this.
Commissioner Rowland, did you have a question?
No, I said they should all be like this. That's all I said.
Commissioner Brown.
The law library, we used to provide books, but now everything's online. Do we still have, is there still a requirement for us to provide hard copies?
We provide Westlaw access. There's a terminal in the law library now. We still have some books that are updated, but there's a Westlaw terminal too that they can access legal research.
That cost been, I didn't, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, seeing no other speakers in the law library, next budget is Probate Court, budget page C47. Any questions here? John here? System's running slow here. John, you're gonna get off the hook. I don't see any questions.
Take it.
Thank you. Moving on, Circuit Court Programs, Special Revenue Fund pages D24 to D25. Just a quick question on the contract services, what the decrease is specific to. What are we not doing this year that we may have been doing this year? Or next year that we aren't doing?
I'm not seeing the decrease. I'm sorry, I'm not seeing the decrease.
So this year in the 2023 budget, we had budgeted $416,944. In the 2024 recommended, you have $375,100. Hopefully I'm on the right page. I'm on D24. No, D24, the line item is contract services. It's decreasing by almost $50,000. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What we use contract services for is tether, drug testing, mental health, treatment, but I'm not sure the decrease, but we'll look at it and let you know.
Okay. The reason I was just surprised it was going down.
I am too.
I mean, it's a good thing, but I'm just questioning. Commissioner Kraft?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the expenditures by service, I'm looking at the mental health court. 21-22, it was, mid to low 40s, and then last year it jumped up to almost the mid 60s, and now the recommended is jumping back down to the mid 40s. Is that anticipated to be around the mid 40s, or is it closer to that $60,000 amount? And why the thought of the decrease?
So for the mental health court program, we were just awarded $49,000 for that program for fiscal year '24. It was $62,074 last fiscal year. I don't know how they award. I know it has to do with a lot of, the ratio between money spent compared to how many participants are actually in the program.
Sure.
I know that our mental health court program has been underutilized with the past year, so I'm only assuming that. We don't really get an explanation when we get awarded. It's kind of just guess and
Fair
figure
enough.
it out on your own.
Sure. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, seeing no other questions on circuit court programs, we'll move on to friend of the court, D35 and D36. Tom has been patiently waiting. Now, why don't you talk about just the two increases really quick? I know we've briefly talked about them, but since we're in this department.
You're talking about the two judicial service officers? These are attorneys that are assigned to enforcing court orders put forth by our family division judges. And the two positions we're asking for are for our parenting time department. We have about 34,000 charging cases with parenting time orders. We have two attorneys that are enforcing these orders. And they are overwhelmed. It's causing a lot of problems in our office just simply by not resolving the issues that are brought forth with the issues of parenting time and individuals and parents not seeing their children. We want to move forward with this because it's been proven that the more you engage with parents and the more you can get parents to engage with you, the more they see their children, the more support they pay. And we're not looking at short-term, we're looking at long-term benefits. We have some of these cases 20 years. So this is a big step. It's part of a push with the state as well to move forward with really trying to spend a little more time on making sure that parenting time orders are enforced. And so we engage, and more importantly, keep engaged with parents. That's what that is.
Okay, thank you. Steve, on this budget specifically, just the internal services, why is it going down?
I don't know the specific reason in terms of where it's coming from in terms of the central service departments that may be charging dollars in there. Those dollars would come from the 2021 cost plan. So I'll have to do a little research for you and find out the particular reasons. It's probably from the indirect cost allocation. I just don't know here specifically why.
Okay. Commissioner Zinner?
Thank you, Chair. In regard to what, I forgot your name from the, I'm sorry, Tom. I had a citizen contact me in regard to problem with a referee not wanting to read the document that was before that person. That person didn't want to read it, felt they had been there enough, and the parent was concerned about the children, and the person was taking a day off work, paid a lawyer. So I don't know how many situations that the courts have with things like that. I would hope not a lot, but I don't know. So we know that what you said is absolutely true. So in regard to budget, my question is, when this situations like this happen, do the judges ever hear of this? I would think this would not happen often.
If it's a referee is assigned to a family division judge, and anything a referee does is not final, and a litigant has the right to object to a referee hearing or order, and then have a de novo hearing in front of a family division judge. And also, if I can just speak to that one more second, we do have a grievance procedure. So if somebody does not like something that happened at the friend of the court, if they think there's an instance of misfeasance, malfeasance, they can file a grievance, and I will look at it. I'm mandated by statute to respond to it within 30 days.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
I only had one other question. This is basically just in general to the circuit court. We had, in 2022, we have a surplus there of about $871,000. So we follow up with finance in regards to what that surplus is specifically for. If you want to work with finance and get back with us, that's fine.
We think a lot of it is jury fees.
Jury fees?
Yeah, we can look at it closer, but we were looking at that surplus earlier, and it looked
Okay.
like jury fees.
If just follow up with our office, that would be great. Okay, seeing no other questions for the courts. You're all set. Thank you so much,
you.
everyone, for being here for the courts. Okay, next is Public Defender's Office. This is Special Revenue Fund D41. I know we have Thomas here as most of the room clears for.
We bring in more chairs, Mr. Chairman.
The busy day.
That's where we're getting our wall knocked out.
Yeah.
Christmas.
All right, Tom, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thomas Tomka, I'm the Macomb County Public Defender, here to talk about the Public Defender budget. If you're not familiar with the Public Defender's Office, we have two functions in our mission statement. One is to administrate. Administration is everything from appointing counsel to receiving requests for payment, reviewing those and setting them on for payment. Another function in our office is representation of individuals. We have 9 attorneys in the office. We represent individuals providing defense for indigent defendants. Some of the accomplishments we had over the last year, when we were before you, we were talking about getting funding through our grant funding agency, which is the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission, the funding for expanding the office. We had been operating out a small office over in the Clemens Center, 1,360 square feet, and we're happy to say that this week we've moved into the newly refurbished office at the Clemens Center, which is now 9,600 square feet. So it's quite an accomplishment that turned out very well. The next step in the process that we're going through is to expand and to hire additional attorneys. The attorneys in the office will be ones that will directly represent indigent defendants. We hope to do that. We're in the process of posting for positions and interviewing folks. Our budget is a nice one because it is fully funded. It's fully grant funded. They've already approved the positions that we're asking for. Also, support persons that we're asking for. Currently in the office, again, we have 9 attorneys. We have 6 staff people. We would be adding up to a total of as many as 21 attorneys and an additional staff people, up to 11 staff people. Our staff, when fully fleshed out, would include an investigator, a full-time investigator in the office, and also a full-time social worker. We're also approved for a program that's new. There's only 5 counties in the whole state that are participating in a fellowship program in the summer, where we would have fellows that would participate both as attorneys and as social workers, if we get our social worker in place to facilitate that program. So we're doing good things, we're expanding. Part of that expansion is because it's fiscally responsible. If you look at our budget, you'll see that when it comes to contract attorneys, we go from a small number, 3 million, up to 13 million. And the reason for that is because our grant funding, and this is throughout the state, they mandate that we have fair compensation. They have different standards that were passed, and one of them was to not provide disincentives for attorneys to represent folks who are indigent. So the result of that is really to move it to an hourly basis of compensation for the attorneys that were appointed in the case. Previously, it was a fixed fee, a set amount for an event. So an attorney may go into the court and they may be there for 2 hours and it gets adjourned, and the fixed fee would be $50. So they spent 2 hours and they got paid $50. They thought there was something unfair about that. That'd be a disincentive for attorneys to want to represent indigent people when being paid at such a rate. So the rates were changed. What we asked for is something that was reasonable within the guidelines that they gave us. The guidelines, they said we could go up to whatever the federal rate is for compensating attorneys. So we looked at our cases, we evaluated it, and we said, well, here's what we think is fair. $132 per hour for low-level felonies, $144 an hour for mid-level felonies, and $192 an hour for the capital felonies. Capital felonies being those which are punishable by life in prison. It seemed to make sense, and we rolled this out. We talked to our attorneys, we did some trainings. These are for the roster attorneys. Roster attorneys are those which, it's a rotating list of attorneys. Those attorneys maintain their own office, but they accept appointments, and they would represent folks, and at the end, they would turn in a bill. And we rolled this out, and we explained it to them, and we're starting to feather that whole process into our process of appointing, reviewing bills, and paying folks. So there's a lot of exciting things that are happening. We have the great position to have it all grant funded. We applied for this back in April. The positions and the change in the salary rate for the roster attorneys, all those things were approved. We do have the funding for this. The total funding is over 18 million, plus the county share, which again is 2.25 million. So that's it, and I'd happy to answer any questions about our budget.
So that is correct. It's $2.3 million of general fund dollars that we're contributing to this budget. 2.3 million is general fund dollars. Can you talk a little bit about your supplies and services, the $16 million? It's a $10 million increase from last year, and it's $14 million since, we started this in 2021.
I don't show those now. I see office supplies. You're referring to what line though?
In our budget, it's called supplies and services. $16,110,500. 110,500 is the exact number in our budget.
That would group a lot of things. Supplies. It's hard without not having that number in front of me to tie into. There's many different facets that go into it. There's training for attorneys. That's I know it's 185,000. There's supplies and services, includes everything from additional laptops, the new laptops for the people that are coming in. Again, if we go from 9 to 21, that's 12 additional attorneys plus the additional staff. So it's the IT support for that, and then of course any supplies and such are much lower than that number.
So in regards to your conferences and training, this year we had budgeted $194,000 in your conferences and training. Are you trending to spend that entire amount this year?
The 194 for
conferences and training.
Yeah, the conference and training, we have a contract with the Macomb County Bar Association that I believe is on the agenda for your next meeting. What that is...
Excuse me, Counselor, would you speak in that microphone, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Each attorney who's part of our system, and there's over 250 attorneys, they're each required to attend at least 12 continuing legal education credits, or obtain those credits by attending trainings each year. And so to, 250 people times 12 credits, it's like, okay, that's, I believe it's $35 a credit, I think, is the MIDC rate. And so the 185,000 goes to offset all of that training for those attorneys. When you start to
So
add it up, we'll spend that.
those attorneys are contracted attorneys? They're not employed attorneys?
It would include both, the 9 attorneys in our office and the ones that we additionally hire, that would be part of that. But it would also include all the roster attorneys, the 250 attorneys. So 260 attorneys approximately, that's what that covers.
Just out of curiosity, why would we be training an attorney that's not our employee?
In the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission, they're the ones that, of course, are giving us the grant. One of the requirements, one of the standards they have is to have attorneys adequately trained when they're appointed on particular cases. So to meet that standard, that continuing education requirement is required for all attorneys, not just our attorneys, but for those attorneys that we're appointing on the roster. So what we do is we go through a process. Each year, we verify that each of these 250 plus attorneys, they've completed those 12 CLE hours. And that's part of our grant money to ensure that, because we want to make sure that there's a good quality of representation for each of the indigent defendants they represent.
Let the state pay for it.
Okay, Commissioner Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tom, you are mostly grant funded, and obviously the state runs on a fiscal year, September 30th, October 1. I noticed your budget page here, this may be a question for Steve, but it says formally year ended September 30th. I know we're looking to transition over a lot to calendar years instead of the fiscal year, but for yours specifically being, 99.9% from the state on a fiscal year, is that, Steve, do we plan to move that to a calendar
Yeah,
year?
we're moving that all, so they already have.
Boy, that sounds like it's gonna be a mess.
It's gonna be a challenge from an accounting perspective. With
Okay,
that,
challenge,
we're trying to
mess.
get everything on the same accounting year. The state's been after us for a number of years to get off of these multiple fiscal years and all that sort of thing.
So even departments where they're basically specifically 100% state grant funded, those need to be transitioned as well?
We're transitioning, yeah.
God bless you, Steve. Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, seeing no other speakers on this item, Tom, you're all set.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Tom.
Okay, next is the Child Care Fund. First one will be the Juvenile Justice, which is special revenue pages D26 and D27. And is Rhonda here? Hi, Rhonda. Let's see here really quick. That page. Commissioners, are there any questions on this budget? Commissioner Kraft.
Pick me. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Hi, Rhonda.
Hi, how are
Currently,
you?
how many vacancies do you have staff-wise?
Today, we have
Sure.
12, excuse me.
12? And your full count is in the 90s, correct?
No, we have a good number of unfunded positions, so our full count, I think, is 65.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's your census of kids at the facility?
Today there was 30 kids. We're running an average of local kids, an average of about 24 daily. Again, that's an average. And then our St. Clair contract still maintains an average of about 7.
Okay.
So we're only staffing the 40 beds.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Rhonda, can you talk a little bit about your contract services? It's going up over $200,000. What specifically is that for?
Yeah, I can speak to that. During the course of the last couple years, our hearings have basically moved to Zoom hearings. We had 2 transporters on staff that would transport the kids downtown. And so we had daily reoccurring multiple transports that turned into transports an average of about 6 a month. So the county executive's office and finance worked with our local sheriff's department, who has agreed to conduct those transports. That one contract number went up by $160,000. That particular, it's CS Other. to cover that. I think that's like significantly higher than what probably will be used. But this is the first year that Sheriff's Department's done that for us. So once they start billing that back, we're gonna get a better idea of what that looks like. But it really made more sense to have them do this than for us to maintain those positions. The other contract line that you saw an increase is contract psychiatric. And I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but the psychiatrist that we currently contract left this area and moved to the Mount Pleasant area. And she does continue to work with us. She's very difficult to pin down at times. And so it's kind of been a balancing act with her. She often forgets to bill us. We literally have to badger her to bill us, and her rates are significantly lower than you would see in the industry. We may have to look for someone else that's a little more reliable. So I wanted to increase that line so that money is there in the event we are able to find someone that's a little more reliable. I suspect their prices are going to be a little higher, maybe not as quite as what we've asked for there. Of course, we would be looking for some efficient costs, but I think it's time for us to look outwards. So though she's been generous, there's been a cost with that. So we either need to get that straightened out with her or move on to a different vendor.
And then your intergovernmental's gone up $2.3 million. What is that? How are we generating more revenue there? Or
Steve,
getting
wanna
more
help?
revenue? Because a lot of these budgets, they're actually going the other way. This one is going up significantly. Well, that's gonna get Steve up.
Yep, it's gonna get Steve up for sure. This child care fund is not the easiest to understand. Steve?
$2 million.
So generally speaking, this fund is a 50-50. So 50% state, 50% county, 50% state net of any outside reimbursement revenues. So that looks like it would be in line, but I will dig into that a little further and get back with you.
Okay, Commissioner Brown.
And charges for services, that's also a pretty good number too.
Clerk County, I suspect.
Is that because we have more clients coming in from
Yeah.
other?
Yes. And their rates went up a little bit last year
Yeah,
too.
you want to deal with that.
So we're seeing an average of 7 to 8 youngsters from St. Clair County, plus their rates went up last year. So you're gonna see that increase there.
All right, okay, and your capital outlay's up a little, about 10 grand. We doing some work over there? What
No,
do you
that-
need
that,
done over there? Or was that, what does that account?
What's the number in front of you?
It's 28,000.
I can
It was from 18.2 to 28,000, so I just was wondering.
I know part of that is a request for a copy machine, but that should only be about $7,000 or $8,000. That
That
doesn't
might
account
be
for
it.
that. Steve? That? It might be something we have to run down.
We'll get back with you, Commissioner. There's probably some additional, anyway, we'll dig into
And
that
it
too.
could be across multiple departments too under the child.
You're not doing any remodeling over there or anything like that? I mean,
No, we're not. Now,
Okay.
there is some changes that are being done for the, I'm sure that you're familiar with our building uses efforts, and we're working with the state to get a vendor into our building. Any costs related to that, a separate budget was being set up for that, and the state's gonna be fully reimbursing any of those costs, so I know it's not that.
Okay, all right, I'm just curious. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Kraft.
Thank you, Chair. Rhonda, I forgot a question earlier. Can you explain how you're funded from the state? Is it based on a per child? Is it based on per bed that we have? Is it per child in a bed? How does that funding structure work?
Okay, so we're also under the state's child care fund. As an institution, 50% of eligible costs are covered by the state of Michigan. Now, eligible costs will not include things like capital. It's not going to include structures. It's not going to include big ticket items. The copy machine is not going to be shared. It's costs related to personnel and the services and supplies that are directly used for the care of the children in the institution. I will add that, at least since I've been involved in institutions and childcare funded programs, the state has increasingly each year said, well, that's not eligible, and now this year that's not eligible. So we're seeing that 50-50 share, if you will, being applied to less things over time. Computerized stuff, they will not, anything related to that, they're not sharing anymore. So, so it's not a per diem or anything like that. It's 50% of our eligible budget's costs, the eligible expenses in our budget as an institution.
Okay. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, seeing no other questions for this budget page, we'll move on to Juvenile Court, which is budget page C44 and special revenue page D27. We'll start at C44. Hello.
Hello.
First question, charges for services. Can you talk a little bit about that? That's actually doubling.
All right, let me look here. What I have, it looks a little different than what you have. So let me speak generally about, because I don't see charges for services on what I have. So with the child care fund, historically, it has been a 50-50 split with the state, a cost share. However, changes were made to the budget this year. The governor included extra funding in her budget this year that was passed to include all community-based services would now get a 75% reimbursement from the state. So all of the staff that were under the child care fund in our area, because it's community-based, the revenue increased based on the increased cost share with the state. That is where the 4 positions that we're asking for would come under this area of the child care fund. In addition to the 75% or the 50% like in the JJC budget, the state also allows us to include a 10% indirect cost allocation, and that's directly tied to, all of this is directly tied to expenditures. So it's a reimbursement scenario.
Okay. The one additional employee that's grant funded through the JJC, looks like you got a grant here of $73,700 that we're matching dollar for dollar. Is that a position that can be done part-time?
Is that the JJC position or a juvenile court?
Correct. Yeah, that's the JJC one.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, your question?
Question is, we have an increase in professional support of 1 FTE, which is a grant, a 50% grant matched position that's in the budget. Can that position be a part-time position rather than a full-time position?
I would not recommend a part-time. I mean, if that's what the board's ultimately going to end up approving, then, but I would not recommend that. I wouldn't on multiple levels. One, we need the full-time position. It's been an interesting year within the juvenile justice facility, and I'm sure that the board is aware of some of what's going on with that. You know, we're in the middle of opening the building up to outside vendor. But a couple of the more interesting things that have been challenging to us, and the reason for asking for some additional support, we are getting an increasingly more violent youth and youth that are struggling more with mental health issues. In addition, we are dealing with sometimes older youth. In addition to that, and that's fine, I mean, this is the industry we're in, and we've responded to that, and we've put a lot of things in place in the last year to respond to the raise the age, which probably is responsible for some of that, is a symptom of some of that. In addition to that, in the last year, licensing has made some dramatic changes to the licensing guidelines within these types of institutions. One of the things they did a year ago was significantly restrict our ability to seclude kids. And by seclusion, I mean taking somebody who's violent in the facility and placing them in their sleeping room for a period of time for them to calm down and be able to come back out into the population and control themselves. On November 1st, the state's plan is to completely eliminate the ability for us to seclude anyone for any reason.
Okay.
What that does is it places an additional necessity for our staff to be able to manage kids that are out of control without having access to that tool. When the state did some prohibitions on that last November, the prohibition was you can place a youngster in their room for 15 minutes. And when and if you check them, they say they're fine, they come out. So what's happened with that restriction and this pending prohibition is our restraints for kids have went up 4 times. Because what we have is a population of youngsters, and I want to qualify this with, we are not advocates of restraining and secluding kids unnecessarily. But we do have a percentage of the population where seclusion is a tool that we really need access to. So in response to that, and response to this upcoming November 1st potential, we're asking for an additional FTE. And to be perfectly honest with you, we're struggling even maintaining the staff that we need in the facility because of those obstacles.
So are you fully
So-
staffed right now? You have 52 positions in your budget currently for this year. Do you have any, how many vacancies do you have right now?
We have, I think I said 11 vacancies, 10 of those
11.
were youth specialists. So we're asking for the position, but the likelihood of filling all those positions, to be perfectly honest with you, is not very likely. That's why you see a budget that's well underspent last year. Very difficult to get people to apply for these jobs and then agree to stay. Now, a really a hopeful part of this is the county executive's office has been very, very active along with our stakeholders in the state of Michigan in pushing back on these restrictions and looming prohibition that's happening on November 1st. I think we've made some progress with that. It is a significant tool within an institution like ours. Again, we're not advocates of.
Sorry, Ron, to interrupt you there. I mean, looking at your budget, that's 1/5 of your budget that's vacant, 1/5. Obviously, you have challenges in trying to fill these positions. What are we doing, or what can we do to be more creative in any way, shape, or form to try and get these positions filled?
Well, and we've had some progress. We've done some flexibility with scheduling. We have really spent a lot of time on our culture within the facility, a culture that's probably evolved over the last 30, 40, 50 years. A lot of time and energy, on soliciting staff input, flexibility with scheduling, more focus on skill development with staff versus a disciplinary approach with employees. But we do have a significant turnover. I mean, we've had employees start and say, I didn't sign up for this. One of the other things that's happened in the state that has significantly impacted, and it's not just our facility, it's the industry, is child protection. The child protection law has now being used by the state to investigate employees and institutions who are involved in a restraint to determine if they've been too heavy-handed. And if in fact they have been, they can no longer work for us. We had an instance last year where Child Protective Services came in and investigated and determined that one of our staff was too heavy-handed. Our county is fighting that case right now. The Corporation Counsel, the County Executive's Office, we're astounded that the state of Michigan could have concluded that our staff who intervened to prevent one of the kids from attacking other youth was somehow negligent in that role. And we probably all have seen where someone has gotten too heavy-handed. This was not that, and I'm sure that's why the county is responding the way they are. So with that, our staff, who are doing an incredible job in light of all of this, in light of losing these tools, in light of the regulations, in light of protective service, in light of the idea that if I protect a child from another child, the state can come in, confirm me as a child abuser or neglector, and impact my career. Those are the obstacles to employing staff in these institutions, and it's not just Macomb. And I think that's why Mark and his staff have been so proactive in responding to this in the last 6 months ago. And I believe they're making some progress. I do not believe on November 1st, at least right now, that we will have prohibited seclusion because of the work that's been done, but we don't know. We don't know. So these are the challenges that we're facing with regulations and licensing, and they're wrong on it. The state is wrong. I know that there's probably agencies and facilities and staff that have been inappropriate with kids. I know that that has happened, but to have this overarching approach to every institution in the state, they have created a crisis to take care of a situation where they had instances of that happening throughout. It's leading to a crisis, and I think that's what's going on in Wayne County. And I think with Mark's help, he's finally got the attention of the state.
I'm going to hold you there because we have more questions. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. In a perfect world, we'd be fully staffed and
Yes.
you'd need a position.
Yes.
But in reality, you're not going to be fully staffed next year. You're going to have vacancies.
We
You're able to
certainly
fill
are,
some of
yes.
them. That'll take care of your need that you've expressed right now, won't it?
Yep.
I mean, child protection, it should be public protection. Public's being protected from the violent child that's out there that, has got issues, right? I mean, the federal prison system has a supermax ward to keep prisoners segregated from others who they would do harm to. I don't know what the state's thinking. I mean, it's almost, if the public knew that, there'd be an outcry.
Our resident-on-resident assaults has went up tenfold. The kids are simply saying it's worth it.
Well, is it also because you're only getting the worst of the worst now? Because back in the day,
Yes.
the thing was, bring them into the center, but now they're trying to do more in-home tethers and keep them out there. And so you're only getting the worst now coming to you than.
Exactly.
So
And
it's
they're all
really-
in the building together. So, yeah.
It's not the youth home that Judge Viviano used to represent, the children. He used to always say the children, but they're a little bit more than that now.
We have a lot of waivers now with,
Thank you.
a lot of the kids are in waivers.
I mean, you got vacancies now you can't fill. I can't see us allocating another staff position to keep it up. That's my opinion at this time. But I respect what you're doing. If you got a tough job and, I got your back, but.
Yeah, it's something I felt like.
I just don't know what's the point of giving another one if you already got ones you can't fill already?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Okay, seeing no other questions on these pages, we will move on. Oh, there are no questions for D27. I think we're good. Next budget is Department of Human Services. This is budget page C26 and budget page C27. How is that possible? Is that correct? We'll start with C26. Yep, all relates. Sure, we're not gonna have a lot of questions on this budget, I would assume. Any questions, commissioners, on D27? Are we good there as well? I would assume we are. Commissioner Romano, are you good there? Okay, just want to
So
make
far,
sure.
we're moving right along.
I'm trying. Okay, we are done there with the child care fund. Thank you, everybody. We're gonna move on. That's a win. Next is probation circuit court. This is budget page C49. Alex, is Alex here? He is not, which I don't think he needs to be with a $300 budget. I don't think there'll be any questions here.
Not a whole lot of money.
Okay, moving on. Prosecuting attorney. See, the prosecutor is here.
Here we go.
We are going to start here with budget page C50, C51, commissioners. Computer. Good afternoon. And then we'll get into federal forfeitures, grants, et cetera. So we'll start with just your budget page C50. Probably C51 is all your employee count there as well.
We're gonna get the clicker out because I think we're gonna make this a lot easier. I wish it was in the morning when you had not so many budgets before you, but that last budget went really quick. I saw that. Mr. Chairman, before we begin, first of all, thank you for allowing us to present a budget presentation which is outlined within the confines of the charter. I really do appreciate that. But I also like to say this, before we start our budget presentation, I've got a small, just a small favor to ask, and that's this. I would like just a statement, and it's in the packet that we gave to everybody, and you'll see it electronically up here. I'd like everybody to realize what the prosecutor's office does. And here's why. It's a very narrow, short statement. If you don't, if you indulge me, the law enforcement is a paramount duty of government. It's government that created this. The office of the prosecuting attorney is mandated by the Michigan Constitution. This is a mandate that came down by the Constitution, and the prosecuting attorney is the chief law enforcement officer of the county. So what do? The office of the prosecuting attorney's duties and responsibilities. The prosecutor or the prosecuting attorney represents the people of the state of Michigan in criminal matters before the juvenile courts, the district courts, the circuit courts, the Court of Appeals, and the Supreme Court. That much we do know. But also the prosecuting attorney prosecutes the misdemeanors and felonies. It handles the mental health commitment hearings. So a few days a week, we're doing mental health commitment hearings, and we have to make sure that we're ministers of justice to make it fair. And I see Commissioner Kraft, he's waving his head because he knows about this. In addition, though, we are saddled with, if you will, by law, by statute, that imposes this duty on us, that we've got matters involvement of establishing paternity and child support. So any time you need to come down to the third floor, that's where the fathers that have been summoned to come in, we do the swabbing down there, and we establish paternity because the state of Michigan may be taking care of children where the fathers or the mothers are not doing what they need to do. And as a result, I mean, this is all new to a lot of people when I tell them that we do this. But in addition, after we have established paternity and we go forward, then they establish a support order. And we do other miscellaneous court proceedings, such as enforcement of orders for the judges. Probation, we go and hear these things in the courtroom when the violations come up. And in addition to this, garden variety of things about coming over from the clerk's office regarding campaign finance we're involved with, and FOIA requests. So we also have this big thing called the crime victim and support advocates, because families don't know and are troubled by being called into a court system, and nobody wants to be a victim, nobody asks to be a victim. So we have these crime victims. We're responsible for all the administrative functions in the office and direct the support staff as well as the assistant prosecutors. Finally, we perform these functions that take care of 300 statutes in the state. Now, if you realize now what we do in here and you look at the group, it's a big task. We're a big county, third largest. So all I'm asking is keep an open mind, an open ear, and a watchful eye as to what we do, because we want to give the very best to the citizens of this county. I'm going to let Mr. Schmitz take it from there as it relates to the budget itself. And then I'll be saying the final arguments. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd Schmitz. I'm Chief of Operations in the Prosecutor's Office, and we'll follow along the way the agenda you've laid out. So starting with the general budget discussion, general fund, then the forfeitures and grants, and of course, be happy to take questions. And as always, for anything we can't answer now, we will promptly respond after. You notice we have several people in our office, and that's because we want to show respect to you and the people you represent. So if we can get you an answer from the source right now, we will do that. Starting though, we respectfully suggest some criteria you use when evaluating all these competing requests, because we know you're getting a lot, and with your background and profession, you may not necessarily have expertise in the department that's before you. So one thing we would suggest as you look is, has the department proven that they've been a good steward with the resources you've given them? Have they proven that the budget request has merit, as they show it's needed? And third, and this one isn't required because this is always your prerogative, but if the department can suggest a way to prove a way to pay for it, if we can do all those things, so suggest something meritorious and pay for it, we think that that would be more likely than that you might approve the budget amendment. So regarding the resources you've given us, thank you for that. We have been good stewards. You can see just the headlines this week. There have been several convictions on major cases. This is the bread and butter of what the prosecutor's office does day in and day out, and continues to do so, not only with jury convictions, but many other facets of prosecuting criminal cases. In addition to that, thanks to the leadership of Chairman Brown and Commissioner Howe, a program that really wouldn't have existed as well as it does now if it hadn't been for both of you and this board unanimously targeting people who owe $5,000 or more in child support. And you'll hear more about that a little bit later. In a first for Michigan, we've used existing resources, so no extra dollars from this board to request mental health assessments as a condition of bond or before a plea is offered. We do that on every gun case. Now, judges don't always grant it, but at least we are making an attempt to try to prevent a gun getting in the hands of somebody else. School threats are taken seriously. There's been 71 of those this year. And we are adapting prosecutions to the modern times. And you'll hear more a little bit about how we're doing that with the Conviction Integrity Unit, Hate Crimes Unit. These types of things just simply didn't exist not too long ago. Crime victim services have improved. We got several firsts in the state with these. We have a warrant appeals process now for victims. If a warrant is denied, now a domestic violence victim actually has recourse where this can get an independent review and perhaps a case can get authorized. Victims can do various things through technology, and thanks to you, we've really expanded our use of technology. We have a digital evidence management system now. We're flooded with digital evidence. We have a new case management system now. We're just in month 2 of going live with that. Mobile phones, the advances in technology, it's fair to say there probably has not been another prosecutor's office that has done this much in this short of a time with technology, and that's thanks to the support from you and the IT department as well. This has been recognized nationally. This last year, we tied the office record for getting National Achievement Awards. And so we tied, the one that said it before was actually us. Again, so for the last 2 years, we've set records in national awards for recognition. Now, in order to judge our request, so you know at this point, we are good stewards with the money that you give us. We don't just do status quo. We've gone above and beyond and think out of the box. The next question is, how do you evaluate our current request? We had a very productive meeting with the Office of County Executive and the Finance Department as part of this budget process. And as a result of that, we have significantly reduced the initial request that the office made. So the general fund ask at this point is +5 full-time equivalents, and those are on the screen. It's 1 chief of district courts, but reducing a principal trial lawyer, 1 APA 2 for appeals, 2 APA 1s in district courts, and then 4 part-time office assistants. And so we'll give the justification of why. But just so that you understand what the request is from the general fund, 5, significantly less than was initially requested. This one I'll walk through so you can see the cost and the expense. So last year, our general fund personnel cost was 12.8 million. This year, the recommendation was 13.9 million. Our ask adds up to 580,000. So the grand total increase would be a 1.6 million, but keep in mind 2/3 of that has to do with the 6% raises that everybody is getting. That's across the board in every department, as well as the incidentals with that. So only 1/3 is the ask. We're going from 97.5 employees in the general fund to 102.5 is what the request is. We're also asking for an increase in the professional services contract in one specific area, and that's $85,000. And that's specifically for pre-litigation services. And so that's for legal service when lawsuits are threatened. We don't want to wait until the lawsuit happens. There can be mitigation that can be done ahead of time. Sometimes lawsuits can be prevented. We currently do not have a mechanism in place for that to happen. So that's the request. And now it is our burden. We have to show you why these requests have merit. And so let's start, and we'll go through the line of the 5 FTEs that we're asking for. First of all, you should also know that we do look at other agencies and other counties. We don't base our requests solely on other counties, but we do check them to make sure we're within the ballpark and that we're reasonable. And so you can see since 2020, Oakland County has added 20 APAs. Wayne County just significantly raised the pay of their APAs. So we're not alone in asking for resources. This is done in other counties as well. You can see population and cases per population and crime per staff. We are actually, when it comes to staff per 100,000 in population, we're less than Oakland County. When it comes to crime per population, or crime per staff, we have more crimes per staff than population. So that's another metric that we're using just to try to see, are we in the ballpark and are we reasonable? Another reason we're asking for resources is it takes more resources per case to prosecute now. And there are several reasons for that. One of them is digital evidence. Last year at this time, we appeared before you, thanking you for our digital evidence management system. Since then, it's already doubled. So the amount of evidence in this is increasing, and that's the amount of evidence per APA that they must review. It's just more and takes longer. Everybody has a cell phone now. When body cams go out with the officers, there's body cams, there's security cams, door, ring. All of that has to be managed and viewed. It just takes more time. Specialty courts, which you heard in the prior presentation, these are good things. These are helpful things. And you heard in the grant how they explained the court gets grant money for these programs, the public defender gets grant money for these programs. But what's missing from the specialty court grant rules right now is any money for the prosecutor. So we like to participate because they get good results, but there's no grant at this time for that from the state. The Public Defender's Office also puts more pressure on the prosecutor's office. You've heard the wonderful things the public defender is doing earlier, but that means we now need to appear at more hearings that we otherwise didn't appear at. We need to attend more bond hearings than we otherwise had to attend. And you'll see that our request, you may think to yourself, I thought we gave the prosecutor a lot of people already. Aren't they just asking for more? It seems like a lot. Well, as an example, of general fund employees per 100,000 people, back in 2007, we had 11.6 employees per 100,000. The OCE recommendation would get us to 10.9. With our ask, we'd be at 11.4. So we're still less than the level we were in 2007 when it comes to staff per employee. And regarding budget, so in 2008, we had 97 staff as far as prosecutors and staff able to prosecute cases. The recommendation is 97.5, and with our ask, that put us at 102. So it takes longer per case, but we still have the same, but we're trying to get at least a little bit above the same staff we had many years ago. Now, those stats do exclude some grant restricted funds. So the cooperative division, like the child support, those aren't included in the numbers. We have more people there, but they're not allowed to come and prosecute just regular cases under the grant. Why are we asking for pre-litigation services? Here's 2 examples on that. There was an example where the county prosecutor was sued involving a case that was charged before he took office. When the letter came in announcing the suit, there was no attorney in place that could respond and share that information at the time. It wasn't until after the lawsuit was filed and after the headline appeared Then an attorney was appointed, and of course, now the lawsuit has been dismissed. But there may have been costs that could have been saved. Another example is there's a suit going on right now involving an allegation of whether somebody was treated fairly in an interview process or not. You can see from the snippet of the score sheet here that the prosecutor scored the top 3 applicants equally. The HR department did not score that way, and it was because of the certain scoring, among other things. Well, this information could not be shared until the lawsuit was filed and the headline was generated, because we didn't have that. So that's the reason we're asking for these services. Now, next up, we'll hear from some of our experts, and Steve Jobs said, talented people like working with other talented people, and that's true in our office. And so next, we'll walk through why do we need the staff we're asking for. Kumar, you'll be next. And so come on up, and it's the principal trial lawyer, just so you can see the cost. If we want to upgrade one position, it's a net cost of $14,541. This would put our management level back at what it was in 2008 if you approve it. The second piece of what Kumar is going to talk about is 2 APA 1s for the district court and why we need that. And just so you can see, so the salary range is up there, 75,000 to 97, and then the grand total cost when you figure in fringes and everything of this would be the 270 range. And so,
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm just going to go over a few things about our ask. Of course, I'm Kumar Palapu, Chief of District Courts. I'm also Chief of Hate Crimes. Wanted to talk to you about 2 of the requests we have. From my standpoint is that the Chief of District Court be transferred into the administration. The reasons for this is it requires supervision, necessary supervision of several county employees. As I understand, prior to 2008, the administration had another position which we lost during the recession. We're just asking for that back, so anyone in my position in the future, myself, isn't working out of class. The other is we're asking for 2 more assistant prosecutors. There are a number of unfunded mandates which I will go over, as well as just the information that Todd Schmitz was telling you about. There's just so much more evidence for every single case that we handle every day. Some of my responsibilities, supervision of 15 assistant prosecutors, their court assignments, their scheduling, their special cases that they're assigned, case and trial training, as well as directives on how to handle specific cases on a day-to-day basis. Additional administrative responsibilities that I have are occasionally policy creation, deviation reviews, and if it's appropriate, plea authorizations on those deviations. I also worked on some of the budget, and I worked on the grant, specifically the hate crimes grant. One of the reasons we're so busy is that we've got 10 courts in some of Michigan's largest cities, 2 of those, Warren and Sterling Heights, as you see, and we have 19 judges that keep us very busy. One of the things that was a stress that Prosecutor Lucido stressed is that we have better lines of communication with those judges. That's what we've done. They've got my number and they use it. So they want to talk to us about several things, operations, efficiency, some of our policies, and one that is very important to them are their specialty treatment courts, which is an unfunded mandate. The specialty treatment court programs, they require a prosecutor to get their funding, but there is no funding in it for the prosecutors. We are assigned to treatment courts as we are with other dockets, but they're separate from our normal criminal dockets. But I also want to just express and emphasize that they are critical for Macomb County. They save lives and they save a lot of money. Criminal justice reform means that there are fewer people in jail, but those people need treatment when they're out. So each treatment court has its own requirements separate from day-to-day criminal dockets. They have their own docket, their own staffing. We're a part of that, some of them once per week, some bi-weekly. There are participant reviews. I try to shape and craft plea negotiations so that we can get as many people in there to take advantage of that treatment as possible in the county. Sometimes that happens in district court. Sometimes it happens in circuit court. Actually, there's just recently, things have been more expansive. So before, you may have had an issue where if you got an OWI in St. Clair Shores, you had to go to their court.
Excuse me, Counselor?
Yes, sir.
You know an OWI, some of the commissioners
Operating,
do.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, operating while intoxicated, or if you had a drug case, that you would be required to just be in that court. Now, every court is pretty much taking anyone they can if they apply. And we are transferring people around, and sometimes that benefits them if they live in a certain jurisdiction. But also with there's trainings and reviews of our contracts and memorandums of understanding, with each and every one of those treatment courts. One of the reasons why I like to emphasize this, and I've really tried to make sure that we're using treatment courts and filling them up and making sure that we can get people in there, is because I've been to these new jail development meetings, and the jail is going to assess people the moment that they're arrested, and they're going to have a 3-step program on assessment. It's deflection, whether does this offender need to be in the justice system? Are there community-based services? If so, then they will spin them off to community services, and I always think of Families Against Narcotics. That's one of those that's available. Diversion, does this offender fit the criteria for one of the treatment courts that we already have? And if so, I imagine that Macomb is going to try to be like other states that take them out on a different off-ramp so that they are not going through the normal course of justice system. They are going to immediately enter those treatment courts and take advantage of that, so they're not just waiting. They get wraparound services right away. And of course, detention, folks that are just a little too dangerous to be let out at this time. And the last unfunded mandate that I want to talk about are their arraignments on the warrant. The Michigan Indigent Defense Council requires that a defense attorney be there at this hearing. This is the very first hearing that they get. And the prosecutors, we don't receive any additional funding for these hearings, and they are separate. We are often requested by the police in order to represent some of the decisions that go into bond conditions, as well as judges expect us to chime in on what we think should happen. But these occur on different days than our normal dockets, and a lot of times we only get an hour or half hour's notice, and we're rushing down to whatever court. So in closing, the request is moving this position to administration, because it requires supervision of the position, which I believe is working out of class, as well as 2 assistant prosecutors. And if I just remind you that we used to have the COVID grant, we lost a couple prosecutors with the expiration of that grant, and it would be helpful to have them, because we just have these unfunded mandates and all the evidence that add a lot of work to what we do every day. Thank you.
For the next position, the Assistant Prosecuting Attorney 2. For the Assistant Prosecuting Attorney 2, we'll have Emil Saman come up from our appellate unit, because this would be a position for our appellate unit.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Again, my name is Emil Saman. Most of you have all seen on TV, read the papers, hear that there's a trial, trial's over, person convicted, person sentenced, we're all done, huzzah. Unfortunately, that's when my day starts, because for the appellate division, it just begins. And contrary to what everybody believes, there is no finality of convictions in Michigan. That's actually a fiction. It doesn't end, especially now with what you're seeing. And to give you an idea of what we're dealing with, in 2022, Macomb had 146 appellate cases, Wayne had 518, and Oakland had 233. Those are cases from district to circuit court appeals, circuit court to the Court of Appeals, and Court of Appeals to the Supreme Court. Comparatively, Macomb has 2 appellate attorneys. Wayne has 15, Oakland has 9. That means we're handling 73 appellate cases just in 2022 alone. In 2021, right after the pandemic, it was 122, 520, 223. Again, Macomb is handling more appellate cases per APA. Now, I skipped 2020 because we were pretty much shut down from the pandemic, but I want you to see what 2019, 18, and 17 were like. The numbers appear to be higher, but we had higher APAs. So one of the questions everybody had, especially Todd and Pete, is, well, the numbers appear to be going down from 2020 on as compared to 2017, 2018. That is because of our Supreme Court and the unfunded mandates they've done. They have changed the rules, the court rules themselves, as well as their case law, to expand not only the time for filing appeals, but also the amount of chances and expansion of ability for a defendant to reverse his conviction. This is the kind of jurisprudence that is affecting the entire state of Michigan, not just Macomb County. And these are the kind of battles the appellate department faces when we go to appeal. So when we go to appeal, it's not just handling this one case in front of the Supreme Court. It's trying to stop a change of jurisprudence that would affect every prosecutor's office and every agency in Michigan. That is our mandate as the appellate division. So in some things that you're seeing is the court rules have expanded the restoration of appellate rights. Prior to 2020, the only way a defendant could restore his appellate rights was if he went to trial and his trial counsel was ineffective in perfecting his appellate rights. Now, as of 2020, the new court rule allows for anybody who was convicted by plea or trial to restore their rights as long as they prove it wasn't their fault. That is the reason. They've also extended the time for filing motions for new trial, which is why these numbers are going down. While it appears that there were more cases, what you're seeing is a delay in the cases because what you're seeing is more filings in the circuit court. And that's what it is. In 2018 and 19 and 20, you saw a moderate change, 48 filings, and these are just my filings alone. 48 substantive filings, which were briefs on appeal and answers to applications. In 2019, 77. In 2020, 136. In 21 and 22, those numbers skyrocketed because it was no longer just the appeals. What they're now allowing, with not only the change in the rules, but now the formation of the MIDC and the Defender's Office, are more motions for new trials and Ginther hearings, which are evidentiary hearings to prove that their trial was unfair. So before they even go to appeal now, thanks to the new court rules, they have more time. Prior to 2020, they didn't have the time. You had 56 days to file your motion for new trial, and then you were done. Now, they can file a motion for new trial to challenge their conviction prior to the time it takes to, before they file the brief on appeal, which is expanding because they're filing motions to extend their time, which sometimes goes 6 months to a year. I have cases from 2018 that are still going on direct appeal. That's the timeline I'm working with. So from 2018, where I'm only having to deal with 48 appellate briefs, in 2022, I'm filing 313 appellate briefs, supplemental briefings, motions for new trial, motions for resentencing. I'm handling evidentiary hearings, challenging that, which require even more briefing in the circuit court before we even get to the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court. These are cases that have been going on, unfortunately, for years because in Michigan, there's no right to a speedy appeal. All I'm asking for is one more APA that hopefully will still get me to the point where I'm at least in some competition with Wayne and Oakland, so the two of us aren't just handling 146 appeals that unfortunately make me want to drink. So I'm happy to answer any questions about these numbers.
And why don't we, so we get to the end of our general fund and then we can do questions that way, because there may be some slides that answer questions that they may have, could save some time for everybody. The next one is the 4 assistant part-time, 4 office assistants part-time. And what that is, you can see the salary range there from 35 to 45. The total cost of that would be $136,000. You approved those positions in our budget in the April 2023 amended budget. The OCE has proposed removing those, and so we're just asking for the restoration of those to put back in. There are a variety of tasks in the office that they help with and that they're needed. Now, at this point, in order to stick with your agenda, but also to be efficient with the use of time and the questions, that's our general fund portion. We do have a grant portion that we could get through really quickly because I'm pretty sure the part that you may be interested in is our proposal that Joe Biondo will be speaking of how one option for possibly paying for all of these things. But Mr. Chairman, would you like to hear a few slides on the grants and then take questions, or would you want to do questions now?
Todd, why don't we just stick to the budget page C50 and C51 right now, which is just your general fund specific budget, and then we can move on to the rest of the items here on the agenda, which I would assume the forfeitures will be very quick, and then we can get to the grants, because that was a lot of information right there. So I'm sure we're gonna have some questions. And actually, I'm gonna ask the first question. So based on the recommended budget that we're seeing, were there any additional employees added to your budget at all?
No, not from the recommendation,
Okay, so I'm looking at one thing.
From a grant, there was an investigator on the grant side that is part of it, but for the non-grant, no.
Okay, and that's the 2 FTEs related to the grant specifically that you're speaking of?
There was an investigator in the cooperative reimbursement that was included.
Okay, so that'll be discussed in the grants portion, correct?
Correct.
Okay, which I have a question about that because it actually went down by 2 FTEs, so that just didn't make any sense to me. But we'll get to that in a minute. So let's, Commissioner Lucido, you're first.
Thank you, Chair. My question is actually in regards to line item from conferences and training, which I see increased from, looks like 2021 was $866, then it went to $407, and then 2023, $6,000, and now you're recommending $53,000. So if you could maybe explain why there is such a large increase in conferences and training from 23 to 24.
Hello, Commissioners. Joe Bionda. I'll take that question if that's all right. Just so you know, in prior years, that was funded through the forfeiture accounts. So you'll see in the next budget sheets that funding is being zeroed out. That source of funding is no longer available. So what we are effectively doing is moving that over to the general fund because we still have a critical need for that. So far this year, we've spent over $35,000 in conferences and training. We're on track to spend another $5,000 in the next few weeks, and ultimately it'll be the combination of the $10,000 that was listed in the budget this year plus the $36,000 that's listed on page D14. So what we're doing is shifting this over to the general fund because the forfeiture money isn't there to cover it for, but we still have the critical need to have our APAs trained to deal with changes from the legislature and also these unfunded mandates from the Michigan Supreme Court when they hand down their rulings that we need to follow by law, and it changes how we handle cases.
All right, thank you. And then my next question was going to be the next line item, same thing. Repairs and maintenance, I realize that you are requesting 3 times as much as you had last year, so if you could just maybe explain why you went from 7,000 to 21,000.
So a similar thing, so you'll see in the D14 page that 14,000, I believe, is being shifted over, same reason.
All right, that's all I had, Chair. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chair. Todd, when you were talking about the specialty courts, how a prosecutor is attending the specialty courts, what does, maybe it wasn't you. Kumar.
That's okay.
Yeah, there he is.
I'm here.
What does the local attorneys, city attorneys, do during that process? They're not supplementing your role.
No.
They're performing their role.
As far as I know, that we are, the prosecutor's office is on the memorandum of understanding on a number of different specialty treatment courts. The only one that I know of is that there is a city attorney that in 41B that is on one of their courts. But
that's Clinton Township?
The Clinton Township, that's correct. That's their drug court, I believe. And I actually said there are 8 district courts. There's actually going to be 9. East Point is going to start one as well. I would say that most of the cases that go through the county are through the prosecutor's office. So it does help that we are on those memorandums of understanding so that we can come to agreements on what should happen upon their successful completion or when they just enter the treatment court, because we're in control of those cases.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And
sir.
then last question. I hope there's a summary in here somewhere because it started off with the APA and the four part-timers and then something else, and then a different slide popped up that said one APA and then a different slide popped up. So I hope, and it's probably going to be Pete, I would imagine, that we get the conclusion of what all of this adds up to, excluding grants or including grants. I don't care.
Yes.
Okay, I knew it'd be
And
there.
that'll be our closer, Mr. Biondo. So.
Oh, the closer. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Got nicknames
Yeah,
now,
yeah, I'm
Commissioner.
sorry, just set the expectations high there.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. I got a question for Kumar, if he could please come back up.
Yeah, of course, sir.
Again, thank you thank your whole team, by the way, Prosecutor Cedar, for their work. Appreciate all the work you guys do for us, men and women on your team. The APA, you mentioned that they were unfunded mandates, these specialty courts.
Yes, sir.
I don't recall that. I mean, it seems I was around when they had the first one created, and I thought it was a voluntary thing that we had the option to create they've added several more since, so I probably missed it, but could you explain how they're mandated? If they're
So
unfunded mandates, then we gotta claim, add it to the list of unfunded mandates from the state, but can you explain that a
Yes,
little
sir.
bit more?
Each of the treatment courts has their own 501c3 that they go through, and they get grant money from the state. And when they do their application, they have to have certain team members, and the team members are a judge, a prosecutor, probation, and they have to have them all on board and signing in. For whatever reason, and I think it's statutory, is there's earmarked amounts of money that come down from the state, but then the prosecutor has always been left out, and I don't think that's ever been addressed why, but I know that it's been a subject of some stress over the course of many, many years, that we're, I guess, required participants, and they always want us there, need us there to get their grant, but we absolutely do not get any money out of that grant. And
They
it's,
pay for the judge's time, is that what's going on? And who are they paying for?
I think it's the services.
Paying for a prosecutor, seems kind
Commissioner,
of.
they all have amount of money that covers testing, whatever type of community-based services that specific treatment court uses. So in, let's say, a sobriety court, they may have a certain amount of money and testing facilities that they contract with. I know that with Veterans Treatment Court, the one that I'm in circuit court, myself with Judge Servito, they lean heavy on the VA, and the veterans already have VA services, so they don't necessarily need as much money for certain things. But that's why. But yeah, no, there's no money earmarked for us.
I mean, the specialty courts are special, but we need them. They're definitely appropriate, so. Let me ask you a question, since you were talking about the APAs, the 2 additional APAs that you need, and the reason why you need them. So there'll be floaters then amongst the various courts helping out individual?
I wouldn't.
Yeah, please.
So with the 2 COVID positions, I was using them a little bit as floaters, but because of the change in how much evidence is within each case, the unfunded mandates have put a lot of pressure on assistant prosecutors to manage their criminal dockets, because these unfunded mandates take them away from doing all of the casework that they need to prepare for each docket when they go to, let's say, Judge Chupa's court in Warren, which is very busy. And these all have their separate dockets. So going in there, it just takes time away from being able to get their work done. And I'll tell you that the amount of evidence review that is needed now is unlike anything we've ever experienced, because everyone has a cell phone and there's so much camera that everyone has that we have to review before we go in.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the volume of digital work you have to go on. But if you have a case that you're working on, wouldn't you be the one to look at the digital evidence, not some new hire that you brought in to look at it? I mean, explain all that, explain how the 2 work together.
Well, as far as people that are assigned to certain courtrooms, we try to keep them in the same courtroom. So if you're assigned to Sterling Heights, then we have 2 individuals that are assigned there. They're responsible for those dockets, reviewing all those cases and handling that. And then in addition, I'll assign one of them to go to Judge Lepore's specialty treatment court, her sobriety court, which is at a different time and takes a number of hours.
Is my perception wrong that you bring these 2 additional APs and they're gonna sit there and review all the digital evidence for the whole docket?
Oh, no. So those I would just assign out to courts because of how much work we have. And then they would actually, because we have a couple more, they'd have the ability to attend these courts and still get their work done.
The whole thing is about access to justice, right? How soon people can get access to the courts, the victims get justice, and, you know, the guilty get punished, right? I mean, the whole thing is about time, right? I mean, there's a lot of work to be done, and
Correct.
And there's only so much time and hours and people to do it, right?
That's what we're seeing,
I was
Commissioner.
interested in the appellate, the gentleman spoke about the appellate process.
Emil.
And, Mr. Chairman, am I getting out of line and talking about this? I don't want to be.
Nope, you're fine.
But the workflows in terms of how things slow down, I mean, you know, if we had a perfect world, you know, we'd have a lot more people, right? But we don't have a perfect world. We gotta operate with what we can. Will those two will those two APAs help you grease the schedule a little bit more? I mean, give me some variety, how much those would really help in terms of moving things along.
Well, I currently have people that are trying to manage a large docket as well as address the specialty treatment court's requirements. And on top of that, with arraignment on the warrants, which just happen when somebody's arrested, and then they'll come in, and then we have an officer saying an hour beforehand, hey, we need somebody here. And tomorrow, we're actually facing that, where we've discovered that there are a number of people that are going to be in front of a judge in Roseville, and we just found out about this recently, and that's going to take that prosecutor that's assigned 2.5 hours out of their day that they had planned to prepare for next week when they're back into their courtroom.
Thank you. I got a better understanding of that. Thank you, Kumar. Can I have a gentleman from the appellate? I want to get a question for him.
This is Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Emil Saman.
Yes, thank you. How's the workflow in your world? Because appellate cases, I mean, we always know they take a long time, but how's the workflow for you in terms of adding one more person to it? I mean, you're doing it, you got a lot of cases now, you add another person, you're still gonna have a lot of cases, it's just a lot of cases for more people, right? I mean, explain your workflow, how the caseload, how it flows in terms
of course,
how another person would help, ease the burden on you individually, because everyone takes pride in their work and they get overworked sometimes, but explain, please.
So what you need to understand is when we get the appellate case, when we get the trial case, when somebody is convicted or they're challenging their conviction, or even before we even get a conviction, you have a lot of defendants who are, especially with MIDC now, appealing an issue in their case before they even go to trial. It's called an interlocutory appeal, challenging whether a piece of evidence should be dismissed or suppressed, or whether or not this witness should be allowed to be called. We don't have to go right away to the Court of Appeals. And what's happening is we're getting the whole file. We have to read all the transcripts, which are usually thousands of pages of transcripts.
Is there a timeline? Are you under a deadline because
There are
the
specific-
stuff's flowing at you and you
Yes.
got to react in a certain time, or something negative happens?
Absolutely. So for example, just for ours alone, if we are responding to a brief, we have an application, we have 21 days to respond to an application. If we miss the 21 days, there is no response to the application and the court will decide it without us. For the brief on appeal, we have, after they file their brief, we have 35 days, which we can extend by 28 by rule, to get our brief on appeal in. And if we do not turn our brief on appeal in, they will decide again without our hearing it. And what you're finding is these are not just simple 1 to 2 page to 3 page, even 8-page briefs. These are, the only reason that we keep them under 50 pages is because we are limited to 50 pages by court rule. And this is including the amount of transcripts we read, the amount of law we have to review, the amount of issues that could be brought up, because they can challenge everything from how long it took them to get to trial, to rulings the judges made, to issues that affect the jurisprudence, such as sex offender registration, juvenile lifers, which is recently one that just got expanded by the Supreme Court, to now raise the age to 18 for anybody who was convicted of murder, first-degree murder, to life without parole. They've now held that 18-year-olds cannot be mandatorily sentenced to life without parole. So now we have to redo approximately 10 cases in Macomb alone with regard to whether or not these 18-year-olds who committed some very vicious murders should be let out. And these are now 10 additional cases that our division has to handle, which includes Miller hearings, potentially having to deal with their experts, and bringing in, thanks to Ms. Mormon from our victim services, bringing these victims and unfortunately telling them we have to reopen this case and put you all through this hell again.
So that's why these appeals take a long time.
They take a long time and they affect more than just one individual. They affect many. And right now with just 2 of us handling all this, not just for the criminal cases, but also for juvenile and parent terminations, we handle those as well. We also not only have to do just those appeals in the Court of Appeals in the Supreme Court, we also have to handle any post-conviction evidentiary hearing. So when they're challenging their convictions, they now have, thanks to the court rule changes, the ability to challenge these right in the trial court. So just myself right now is really the only person going to court and handling these evidentiary hearings. And right now I've had in the last year 20 just on the evidentiary hearings, having to call experts, dealing with most of the cases are homicide, child sexual assault, abusive head trauma, and child deaths. And I'm going to trial or going to the courtroom and trying to argue against a new trial, to challenge their experts, if I'm lucky, bring in my own expert, and keep it there. And once that's done, I then have to go to the Court of Appeals, and from there, the Supreme Court, and recently, in one of our other cases, Veach, to the U.S. Supreme Court, which I've just filed our petition today.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. So I got a better understanding of the process.
And unfortunately, it just never ends, Commissioner.
You requested said that we're the first prosecutor's office to request mental health assessments at the time of when?
So, and it's the first to request mental health assessments in in every gun case. So prosecutors across the state will request mental health assessments from.
What time, when is the process, is that, when he's?
Right when they're arraigned. So when a
Arraigned,
person
okay.
is arraigned and the bond is being held, if a gun was involved in the crime.
How many have been granted?
I don't have that
I mean,
stat.
are they granted? I mean, are people bulldogging or trying to go around the system? What,
No.
explain that.
In the juvenile division, almost every one of them. Why is a 16, 15, 14, 13-year-old shooting a gun? Why does he even have a gun or she have a gun? And as a result, they realize now the significance of getting that early kickoff so we can get the proper treatment. This is exactly where we're going.
Assessment? Who does the assessment? Because, we're interested in diversion and all that.
There's two ways of doing it. Through community corrections, we have sent, if they're indigent, we want it to go to where it's supposed to go, to community corrections. If not, then they can get a private individual to go do it if they have funds, if they've got retained counsel.
Can we,
So it helps the judges, it helps the prosecutors realize what is it that we're looking at here, because the judges spend less than 5 minutes in a courtroom as it relates to these bonds. They're looking at the officer saying, what's the prior criminal history, the nature of the offense, the likelihood of reappearing in court, and the severity of harm to victims.
how long has this been going? This has just only been
This
going
has been
recently,
going on.
right?
In fact, I'm going to be talking nationally in Washington, D.C. because of this particular issue. They wanted to hear through the U.S. Attorney's Office how this process works. It's streamlined through the courts. Every gun charge that we do in our warrant division, it has a red paper on it showing gun crime. It should alert those judges at that time, take the liberty of slowing this down a little bit, because if you don't look at this bond, they're going to get a gun as soon as they get back out. It happens all the time.
Thank you, I appreciate that. You also mentioned $85,000 for professional retainer to hold for people that, can you explain, because we have a corporation counsel that should provide that service for you, and so it seems like that's something that they would do. He was before us the other day, and he said he routinely does those. Could you speak to that?
I didn't want to put it as part of the overall presentation.
Because that was part of the request, so that's why I'm raising it.
And I appreciate that,
Is that
Mr.
all right,
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
And I appreciate the time that this board took with me for the first 3 years that I got in here, running to you when there was an issue. Practicing law for over 35, almost 40 years, when somebody came in with a letter of a threat of litigation, I have in my packet today the threat of a lawsuit that came in, and it was the one that you saw the scoring on. And I sent it up to the Corporation Counsel on June 12th. And it basically said, look, I've been threatened with a lawsuit, as does the county. I would like you to go ahead, and then under the statute, the charter, I cite the law, I did everything I had to. Normally, you'd think somebody picks the phone up and says, let's get together. Then I went ahead and on July 5th, I sent a follow-up letter. And I said, look, I need some help here. The charter says if you're going to be taking this responsibility, but on July 7th, 2 days after my July 5th follow-up, because the lawyer said you got 21 days to go ahead and make a response and tell me what the heck you're going to do. Had I showed him the scores, there may be a different outcome. And without a lawyer, until there's a lawsuit, like Mr. Schmidt said, it's only a headline, isn't it, everybody? It's another headline. Why not take the liberty of sitting down before you have to file a lawsuit? That's what we did in practice. We went ahead and said, maybe I need some clarification.
Well, we heard the other day that it's common practice, in the county to do that when they get aware, but maybe there's a process issue we have to work through.
Maybe it's a single out of a certain countywide elect? I really don't know what the answer is, but I know Candace Miller has a fund that she uses to go get legal help when she's been threatened with something, or better yet, I think the Board of Commissioners, and I know that that's statutory, has a legal counsel. But when I'm asking for something that I think is pertinent, basically the last letter of July 7th, which I have a copy of, and I would like to submit it to you, basically says, we don't represent you pre-suit. Then who does?
Okay, thank
And I
you.
don't want this to go on again. In fact, we had a meeting up in the executive's office, and they said, we have to come and what was the words, Todd? We're gonna try to get this resolved, because they know that there's a problem with this.
Okay, well, we'll work on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Romano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for my latitude.
Chairman Brown, you all set?
Yes.
Todd, you can handle this, the process, you can handle this, whoever wants to handle. Incidentally, Mr. Prosecutor, I see you brought your artillery with you. Who's watching the fort?
Wait a second.
You gotta
We
have
don't-
your staff here. Who's watching the fort?
You know, if I have a question, I want to make
Court
sure you
closed.
get an answer, and I'll tell you when, immediately.
That's
Don't
good.
wait.
I
And
like
we
the answers
respond
immediately.
immediately.
Thank you. Incidentally, before I forget, I want to add this in. The prosecutor was kind enough, and I'm sure most of us commissioners did a tour of his, of the office and the procedures and what goes on in there. And I think all of us were a little bit open-eyed when we started hearing some of the stories that were going on and what offices were taking care of there. But anyway, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I think the commissioners appreciate it. I think they have a better understanding exactly what you do, or not exactly, but a general idea of what you do, and it helps.
think
So
it
my
makes-
question is this: we're talked once about grant money. Is there any grant money pending right now? That's a yes or no
is,
answer.
Every grant that we have put out there, we have received and we have gotten favorable. This is a trifecta for us this year,
Is
guys.
this a yes or no answer? Is there any grants out there pending right now?
No grants pending. There's two that we do plan on applying for, that, one of which would have a 33% match.
Okay, and the other question I have is, you mentioned something about the forfeiture fund. Was there any money left in the forfeiture fund that you could utilize? Or was
No.
that all turned back into the general fund?
It was all put back in the general fund, and when you don't have any money to spend, you look to each other and said, okay, now what do we do?
How much money was in that forfeiture fund that you turned back in?
Just to clarify that, so
Commissioner, we're not at that item yet.
The reason I'm
Coming up.
asking that is for this reason. Prosecutor's asking for some additional funds for some personnel. Could he have used those funds in the forfeiture fund, but he did what was right, and he turned it back into the general fund?
And just to
So my
clarify-
question is,
Fair enough.
just to clarify, so the forfeiture fund was not turned back into the general fund. It was used to supplant some general fund expenditures because the forfeitures have pretty much been shut off, because there were some issues with the prosecutor's forfeiture fund before. It's now pretty much ended and gone away. There will be some slight possibility of some drug forfeiture money coming in from time to time, but not like it was before.
nothing of substantial amount like you had before. That answered my question. I'm good. Thank you, Chair.
So what you're saying, Todd, is before the money was being transferred from the forfeiture funds into this specific budget to pay for specific things.
It was offsetting various expenses throughout the office for years, apparently.
Couple questions. Looking at your capital improvement requests, primarily technology related. So you have a number of them, a handful of them, I should say, for next year that you're looking for. The big one's obviously the case management system that you've been working towards and we've approved, which you've got, looks like about $500,000 left there in that system. What I'm actually looking at is in 2025, and I typically don't ask questions for the next year. I try and focus on 2024. But you've got kiosk check-ins for the courts of $562,000. What is that for? And we're talking technology and everything that we have today. Why do we need to go purchase kiosks for check-ins?
Are you talking about the capital improvement, or the capital projects fund that's in the IT?
Correct.
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 So what that would be for, and we're working with the IT department on that, is a more efficient way to check witnesses in and out of court. And so that's a placeholder planning. There is a whole lot that would need to be done before this could be rolled out, including speccing out the project, coming up with alternatives, bidding when appropriate, and then finally coming to this board with an ultimate plan, assuming that we checked with all of the district courts and got buy-in. But the vision in looking ahead is there should be just a very easy, seamless way for a person to get justice in a district court. And so if you can pay your taxes online, you ought to be able to get justice from a court electronically easily. And this is just a way to try to explore to make that happen. But we are by no means anywhere where we have a specific proposal on that yet.
Okay, so it's down the road, haven't really dug into that, okay. Can you just go over again, we've had a lot of questions here, just the total ask in addition to what has been recommended, what that total number is between all of these items?
Commissioner, I can respond to that. So for the 5 full-time employees that we're asking to be added, that would require a $580,645.93 addition to the personnel line item. On top of that, for the $85,000 general fund contract services legal line item, obviously that would be for $85,000, and those two figures combined is what our total ask is to be added to the C50 budget sheet, and that totals $665,645.93. And I'd like to speak as to how to offset that, and I think based on your earlier comment, you want me to wait till the end, maybe after we get through the
Yeah,
grants?
because we're almost there, Joe. Just in regards to the speakers here, so let me just get through my questions quickly, and then we can address those. Repairs and maintenance, $21,000. What is that specific to?
So those are things, for example, this year we have electronic door swiper locks. Those are expensive to replace when they break. They don't break often, but they occasionally do. There's other repairs and maintenance on copiers. We have a couple more copy machines that we did. And just with the more staff and the use of more equipment, everything is electronic now. So laptops, iPhones, iPads, from time to time, those things are going to break or wear out.
And just to add to that, in the 2023 budget line item on D14, we have $13,900 there for the forfeitures that's going away. So again, we just transferred that over to this line item on page C50.
Okay, seeing no other questions for this page or C51, we're going to move on to the federal forfeitures, page D13. And I guess we could,
13, the same.
why don't we just lump these all together? D13, D14, and then D15, which is the grants, / 45 and 46 there. So let's kind of let you close with that, Joe.
Sure. Let me touch
the
briefly-
closer. I'll reference you as the
Well,
closer.
We have some speakers on the grants, but before we get to that, on federal forfeitures, I really have nothing to add. Obviously, it's all zeroed out. On D14, I already mentioned how we're moving those line items since that's being zeroed out over to the general fund in C50. I did want to address, though, a amendment, and we want to work further with finance and this board on this, and so we think it's appropriate to ask at this point a $36,000 increase on D14 in the 2024 recommended budget for revenue, fines, and forfeitures, special revenue fund line item, due to the restitution which was ordered by the court regarding Mr. Eric Smith, and that was in the amount of $25,000. And then recently, Mr. Ben Liston in the amount of $11,000. And so it's our understanding that has not been paid. We haven't received any notice or confirmation that it has been paid, so we're anticipating that $36,000 revenue in that special revenue fund line item on page D14 to hopefully come in next year, and we would think it would be appropriate to add that. And that's really the only comments I think we would have on that page. And then with respect to the grants, D15, D45, D46, I think, Todd, we want to continue the slideshow briefly and touch on a couple things because, as you know, we have some new grants that because of the timing weren't included in the recommended budget, but I think everyone's supportive of it. So we just want to touch on that because we'll have to work together to make sure we make the appropriate amendments in the next few weeks so that that can be incorporated in next year's budget. Go ahead, Todd.
Sheriff, if I may, a question for Joe. Go,
Yep.
on that forfeiture issue, go back to that.
Yes, sir.
The amount of monies that Smith and Liston were fined are being asked to come out of your budget?
No, we're asking to add it to the budget as a revenue line item, because if you take a look at the restitution
a
order,
revenue line
it was
item, not an
directed to come
expenditure.
back to those, yes, sir.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
Got it.
How are they gonna pay it?
There's one for William Weber also in the amount of 20,000, some change, 20,000 more, so it's gonna come up to about 56,000 if everybody pays.
4,000.
Now, there's a question on Mr. Weber's. If he previously paid, then obviously it wouldn't be in next year's budget, but we'll be working on getting clarification on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kraft has a question with forfeiture.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I heard a couple times with these two funds that they're zeroed out, but for the federal ones going forward, you know, the fund balance at the end of the year is 4,600, and for the other one, it's almost $154,000. So does that, where is that money sitting? What is it doing?
I'm referring to the expenditures portion of the budget, and as far as that fund and the purpose of that, maybe that would
That
be
may be a
something.
Steve question.
Todd, did you have an answer? Or maybe our finance director could comment?
To zero it out.
Right, because there's money sitting there. Can it be used? What can it be used for? Because
Commissioner, specifically to the local forfeiture that has the 153,000 in it.
Yes.
Remember that these numbers were put together by my office early in the spring, so we need to update them for what's actually been spent through the end of September, essentially.
So that number is going to change.
Yes.
Okay.
Similar with the federal forfeiture, but I'm not sure there's been any expenditures out of there.
Okay.
So that 4,600
They will
may
both
still
be
be
less.
there as
Oh.
we, today.
Okay. Got it. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Regarding the grants, last week you received information about the good news we got on the auto theft grant. That thanks to APA Jeff Hall, who runs the auto theft unit, we have approval for an additional APA 1, and also they increased the state portion. So now the state is paying 60% of it instead of 50. So that was good news there. That's one APA 1. You can see the county match for the grant fund would be $54,000 for that. And Jeff is available if you do have questions with the question portion. Regarding hate crimes, that's, we got the good news on that. That's 100% grant funded, not a 50% match. We're in negotiations with the Department of Justice on the final budgets on that. But that was good news, is how we're trying to adapt to modern prosecutions. The Conviction Integrity Unit, we have Gail Pamakoff here, and Gail runs that. We got approval 100% grant funded on that. 2 APA 1s, one prosecutor investigator and office assistant senior. And Gail, I don't know if you wanted to come up and just to give a just a short, we got a one slide on it of what the Conviction Integrity Unit is and the benefits of that.
Good afternoon. The Conviction Integrity Unit has been operational now for 18 months, and we feel like we're in pretty decent shape. We have a lot of work to do. We've had 88 requests for assistance in those 18 months. We have 41 open files, most of which are high-severity felonies. In March, we had our first exoneration. In April and May, we applied for 2 federal grants. I did that in conjunction with our grant consultant, and we were awarded, amazingly and miraculously, a $1.6 million grant that will go for 3 years. And it's for post-conviction DNA case review and testing. So that has been awarded. We're starting to try to learn how to work with that grant, and hopefully relatively soon we'll get our grant budget in order and post positions. Going forward, we'd like to do more outreach in terms of prevention of wrongful convictions, and that's something that I think is really important. Today, earlier, I was at the police chiefs meeting, and I brought to the attention of the police chiefs 2 recent settlements that sort of kind of frame things. In Baltimore last week, there was a $48 million settlement involving three defendants who were incarcerated for 36 years. It was a police misconduct case. $48 million, and it was a settlement, not a jury trial. In Kalamazoo, a jury trial, a verdict came out in mid-September, a conservative county on a misconduct case of $14.5 million, $12 million in compensatory and $2.5 in punitives for a gentleman that was in prison for 20 months. So those are the numbers that, you know, that are out there. And it's not just the numbers in terms of municipal liability and exposure. I mean, there's obviously human misery involved in this in terms of people that are wrongfully incarcerated. But there's a lot of work to do in terms of community education, and that'll also be a focus going forward.
And the grant award specifically deals with DNA and DNA evidence and examining that. Also, next we have Heather Mormon, who's our chief advocate. That's a 100% grant unit as well. This is the one Commissioner Romano asked about pending grants. We are requesting a grant amendment to get 3 additional victim advocates that would be 100% funded, but we have not filed that amendment yet. And is Heather here? And Heather's our chief victim advocate.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to say that we actually did file that amendment this week, so that's still pending. My name is Heather Mormon, and I am the Victim Witness Coordinator of the Crime Victims' Rights Unit at the Prosecutor's Office. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak with you about our unit, about what we do, and how your support enables us to provide continued support to the people of Macomb County. We are a small unit made up of 7 full-time advocates, 1 part-time advocate, 2 administrative assistants, and a canine advocate named Peanut, and me, the coordinator, who due to the staff shortage performs the duties of an advocate as well. We have put in a request to the state of Michigan to increase our grant allotment to be able to hire 3 more advocates. This request is still pending. If approved, no county match will be required. However, we would be asking the board to approve a small increase in the funding that we already received from the county to cover incidentals for the new advocates such as mileage and training. The additional funding that we are requesting the state to approve for the new advocates is approximately $256,000. We should have an answer within the next 2 to 3 weeks. Our advocates carry caseloads that range anywhere between 200 to 400 cases, with our domestic violence and elder abuse advocates having the highest caseloads. More advocates will mean that victims and witnesses will receive the attention and care that they deserve while trying to navigate the criminal justice system. Everyone in this room has either been a victim or a witness to a crime, or knows someone who has been, whether they have disclosed it to you or not. Countless number of people live in Macomb County, work here, or come to Macomb County for entertainment. Unfortunately, some of them also become either a victim or a witness to a crime. Our advocates are on the front line and are those victims and witnesses' #1 contact within the prosecutor's office. We may have to explain to a resident of Macomb County whose home was broken into the steps in the criminal justice process, or how they may receive restitution for damages to their property that they cannot afford to pay for on their own. Or speak with a domestic violence victim and try to encourage her to participate in prosecution, and at the same time address the safety concerns she has for herself and her children. An advocate may sit next to a terrified victim while they are on the stand testifying about being a bystander who was shot while hanging out with their friends, just trying to have a good time here in our county. An advocate may stand up in court and read a victim impact statement for someone who was working here in our county and was carjacked and shot 3 times while putting gas in their car, but somehow miraculously survived. Or we may just give hugs, tissues, and a listening ear to a family whose loved one never made it home from work because they were killed by a drunk driver. This is just a small sample of who we are and what we do. When individuals who are in our county become a victim or a witness to a crime, we need their cooperation to prosecute these cases. Offenders need to be held accountable for their actions so that the residents of Macomb County, those who work here or come here for entertainment, will feel safe. Us advocates, the prosecutors, and you commissioners all play our own part in making our victims and witnesses who did not ask to be part of the criminal justice system feel safe and supported, knowing that we are all working together as a team for the good of the people of Macomb County. Thank you.
Cooperative reimbursement, this is the last grant on the list, and Kim Shinneman, if you Say, where does she, and this is the good news, again, more good news portion. Thanks to the leadership of Prosecutor Lucido with this board. This is a program that just wouldn't have happened. Started with Kim, and then the two commissioners and the entire board.
So I'm just gonna be short and sweet. First of all, just wanted to, on behalf of the Felony Non-Support Unit of the Prosecutor's Office, we just want to say thank you for seeing our mission and empowering us and funding to get it done. Since I seen you last on September 20th, we wanted to let you guys know that we collected an additional $70,000, bringing our total to $390,000. So we look forward to the additional investigator to see what we can do in the next year to bring our totals even higher. So if there's any questions.
We'll come up to the question section, so thanks. So what we've done so far is shown you we're good stewards with the money you give us. We have proven that the budget requests do have merit. Of course, you have to balance that. And so now, as you do your balancing, Joe Biondo, who's the Chief of Special Prosecutions, will come up and discuss possibility of ways to pay for it all.
No, it's okay. Or you can do it for me. Do you mind handing this out for distribution? Thank you, Commissioners. I'll be brief. I've had the privilege of being able to attend a number of your finance budget meetings during this budget season. I was here when we had our county executive present for the first time, and you know, when the executive was presenting, he talked about how, you know, the question is if we're looking for amendments to the budget, how are we going to pay for that? And so that I took that as a mission on behalf of the prosecutor's office to how to find the funding that we would need to pay for these critical needs that we're asking to be met through these amendments. And so fast forward to October 17th, we had our finance director presenting a budget amendment on the 2023 budget having to do with revenue. And that was over a $6+ million revenue adjustment. And so as you can see from the handout that's coming around, the question I'd like to present is whether or not the recommended budget that's before you this year for next year, whether it structurally underestimates projected taxable value of real property, and as a result, whether or not the county property tax revenue that's projected is underestimated to the general fund. And I think it is, and I think it is by the tune of $1 million each year going forward. And so what you're looking at on the first page is a copy of page A17 of the county recommended budget that's before you. And if you look at the graph here, it says that it's taxable value of property in billions, 2010 to 2023 actual, and then projected from 2024 forward. And what I'm proposing to this board is that fundamentally you could up the property tax revenue that's projected for next year by easily $1 million. And Mr. Smeagol will still have to appear next year and ask for a budget amendment increasing the revenue. The only difference is if we address it now, we can put that money to work in a way where we go through the normal deliberative process of this budget process where all the counties are able to submit and request due consideration of their asks. That way you guys can evaluate this. And so on the second page, I went back through every budget that was filed with this board as a recommended budget starting with 2017. And I took a look at every year when they submitted a recommended budget, what did they recommend as far as what the one-year projection would be in property tax values. And on the far right, you can see what the actual is in green and the difference. And every year, they've been the projected revenue and property tax to the general fund has been short. In 2017, it was short approximately $2.3 million. In 2018, it was short about $2 million. 2019, it was short about $2.5 million. 2020, it was short about $1.6 million. 2021 was short by $2.5 million. 2022 was short by $2.2 million. And then in 2023, if you do the math, it would look like $750,000 was short. But as we know from the amendment he presented about 2 weeks ago or whatever it was actually a $1.35 million increase he had to add. And so what we're suggesting is one option to meet the critical needs for the prosecutor's office and other departments is to increase the property tax revenue by $1 million. And that would cover the $600 and 65,645.93 increase that we need in the prosecutor's office, and that would leave about $250,000 for you guys to put to work in other departments. And I wanted to cover that with all of you, share that with you, and just say that I think this would be a better approach than getting a budget amendment on the revenue side sometime in October next year, when, you know, that unfortunately prevents the departments to be considered for that money. And so that's all I wanted to share. I don't want to belabor the point. I'll be sending an email with this breakdown and the specific amendments we covered tonight. But I don't think there's any doubt we could rest assured that if you up the revenue side by $1 million, there's still going to be a revenue budget adjustment next year as far as an increase. Probably only a couple $100,000 on the property tax revenue as opposed to the 1.35 million we saw last week on October 19th. Sure, and so we have revenue coming in from various aspects of what we do in the prosecutor's office. We have a few that, just to recap on that, I have it right here. So the juvenile unit, we have billings out of $15,000 there. The CPU unit, roughly 500 to 600 months. These are monthly numbers. The appeals unit, 463. So roughly speaking, we have revenue coming in amongst those three line items of anywhere between $15,000 to $20,000 a month. And so, you know, we are trying to generate revenue. You guys all know about our incredible efforts with your support to get grant funding and to put that to work. I mean, we understand that you have a difficult job. You have to prioritize needs. I know that you're all supporters of law enforcement because, quite frankly, everything else the county does is downstream of law enforcement. If we don't have public law and order in place, you know, everything downstream of that is not going to work for our residents. And so, again, with all due respect, we just wanted to present you a option that you could look at, and I think appropriately so that we could meet the critical needs of the prosecutor's office that we presented today. And that's all I wanted to add, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Joe. Obviously, that's, you know, part of the budget process. With requests in, there's always the other side of it. Where's the money coming from? Somewhere else in the budget to zero out the request. So thank you for providing that to us. Commissioners, my system seems to have logged me out again today, so I can't see if there are any speakers. So Commissioner Son?
Thank you, Chair. So just to be clear, you're suggesting that we increase the revenues to $1 million?
I'm suggesting that if you look on page C63, that you increase the property tax revenue line item there by $1 million for next year. That's what I'm suggesting.
Okay.
And again, we only need 2/3 of that for us to meet our needs in the prosecutor's office. The rest, you know, because I found it, I think there's easily an extra $1 million a year in revenue. You guys can figure out what to do with the rest of that.
Okay, got it. And I'd like to hear from Steve.
Sure.
What his thoughts are on that.
Of course, I can't disagree more. I believe we're pretty solid on our revenue estimate for next year. We've got 6% built in. It's a 5% inflationary increase, which is set by Headley, and a 1% increase for new growth. So I'm confident in our projection, and I'm not suggesting that we change it at all. Would not recommend changing it at all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Lucido?
So I just want to clarify, in the budget right now, it says that you're looking for a recommended increase of $865,936. I know you said a lot of that had to do with the 6% raise that was figured into that already. But then on top of that, you want another $665,000, right, to shoot for like a 1.4 million increase you're looking for?
Yes, we are asking for an additional $665,000 increase to cover the five
On top of
additional.
what's in there.
Yes.
Okay.
And as Todd pointed out in the earlier slide, that increase that you just highlighted, 2/3 of that is coming from the 6%, and 1/3 of that would be for these
Correct.
these
Yeah.
additional positions that we're requesting today.
Oh, perfect. All right, thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
Commissioner Zinner?
Thank you, Chair. I have citizens who are after me all the time to get the money down, all the time. I also have citizens, and I don't know how this is going to be taken by some, many, And I have this question for Steve or any lawyer here. They don't want to pay anymore for the, I forgot, what is Julie McFarland?
DIA.
The DIA. I was going to say museum, for the DIA. The cost of that every year is quite high for Macomb County. It's a very nice place. A lot of people like to go there, and they do a great job. They come out here, they come out to the county, they do a great job, but it's expensive. And I think there's 10 more years on that or 9 more years on that. And I regularly have people telling me, stop that. And I said, it's a contract. Is there any way, Steve, is there any way we can get out of that contract? I mean, can anyone tell me? Because I get this regularly from people. I don't know if
Money
you
for
know.
the prosecutor.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You're speaking of,
Getting out of the contract,
It's a millage.
the millage.
It's a millage.
So you can't get out of
about the
that.
DIA millage, I believe, are you not?
Right.
I
Pardon me?
think that millage was, if I'm understanding where you're coming from, you're talking about the DIA millage?
Right, you can't get out of that.
Yeah, that was passed by the voters.
Yeah, I know.
I don't-
Well, I keep telling people that it's for 9 years, so I keep forgetting it wasn't a contract, it's a millage.
It's a millage passed by the voters, so the
Yeah.
county has no,
That's the voters.
yeah.
All right, well, I was just trying to find money because I think our safety and all the things that we're going through here is more important than that. But I know I have citizens there. I mean, I think we need this money for you, but people are not going to want that money on their taxes. We've got to find it. And I agree with you that is necessary. Thank you, Chair.
For point of information, just in regards to the budget itself, with the employees that you're talking about, my mic's on, I gotta check sometimes. How your budget is laid out in regards to the department. The prosecuting attorney budget has a total of 97.5 FTEs in here. And then on the grant side, which is the D15 page, we have a half of an FTE there, which is professional support. Based on all the departments that you have underneath you, prosecutor, could we get a better breakdown so that we can see specifically what you're talking about? Because we're looking at like high level, and it's very, very difficult for us to look at the numbers and attribute it to the actual subcategories of your department. All we're looking at, quite honestly, is 95.5 in your admin, which is everything you talked about today and broken apart specifically. So that would be extremely helpful to me, I'm sure to other commissioners to see
we
where the
can do
breakdown
that.
is.
Yeah, and I think with all fairness, if you're looking at what our prosecutors under general dollars versus grant dollars, prosecutors, not crime victim advocates, not other individuals that are serving in these grant, like the crime victim advocates, if you look at that isn't even a part of what is, they're there in court to assist us when we're trying to focus on the case because there's so many questions that the victims have. But what you're saying is a rightful way of doing it. It's because of this. If I have my crime, the conviction integrity unit, we had one, and you guys were gracious enough to give us that one. What we've done with that is parlayed it now with 100% grant funded, but it's so specific and it's so narrow. It's DNA evidence. This is what it is. I can't use any of those lawyers to go to court. If I could, we wouldn't probably be talking right now about lawyers. It's specific to the grant itself, and if you violate, you lose it, and you're gonna have get penalized on future grants. Same with the hate crimes. That is specific to hate crimes. And I'm letting you know now the amount of energy other prosecutors' office around the country are spending because of what you see in Israel and everywhere else. I want to be prepared to do my work and work my plan when it comes time, which is we want to get ready and have everybody in law enforcement, all 28 units ready. So these grants, albeit they are satisfying the requirements to do what we need to do in the office, it's very narrow in scope. If we took those lawyers away from the equation, or Mr. Hall, who's here from the auto, and he says, I got 240 cases, boss. I need help. And we sent him to Lansing with the sheriff's department, and they gave us the help that we asked for because they looked at the caseload. If the DOJ and the state of Michigan are saying they need help, I'm asking my board that has been with me for side by side, hand in glove, for help. And I noticed that the executive said the number one is public safety. Because without public safety, we are stuck with nothing here. And I get it. You've got a balancing test. I wasn't going to go through all the gymnastics and calisthenics regarding this budget. I let the individuals that are in these units that want to speak on their behalf to attest to what they need and why they need it. And I appreciate more than you know those that came out and walked those floors and saw from the time somebody comes in with a warrant or electronically serves it to us, what needs to be taken care of. But I'm telling you, if I was running this the way I ran my private practice, these tools are necessary for the facilitation and the betterment of the citizens we serve. And more importantly, when I'm looking at legal issues of employment and whatnot, I don't have an employment lawyer, and I can't just turn that over to somebody doing prosecution. They have no skill, and they don't have the wherewithal to understand the nature of all these laws. And I wish I had somebody there, because then it would be real easy for me to go ahead and correspond. But whatever I say may be wrong, and I'd rather have the right person for the job.
I thought Joe was the closer.
No, we're not done yet.
You're
Commissioner
working
Hall,
on being
I know
done.
I know you've been a helpful listening ear with me, and we do appreciate. I know the unit that serves the children is very appreciative of your leadership, especially your passion about what we do. But today, these are testimonies that, we are here not just as a team, because we already built the team. One mission, one team, one journey. Our journey is simple.
That was close.
Yeah. Take care of those that are in this county that need it most when they need it. You saw what happened this week. Make no mistakes about it. That is just what is coming. I spent 2 hours out at Target in the south end of Warren. And they asked me, Pete, what do we do when 7, 8 people come in and start looting the store? There's a priority, isn't there, in the law enforcement that unless it's a shooting, unless it's a stabbing, unless it's a B&E in progress, car theft, carjacking, we're supposed to come. We can't get the police out here if it's just a theft. We have to put them somewhere. What do we do with them? And I said, well, if you put them in the room for 2 hours, I think that's kind of false imprisonment, because they're supposed to be here to take a report. I don't want to see the south end of this county, nor the north end, nor the east end or the west end live any different than what we expect. And what we expect is that our law enforcement gets backed and that the victims in the case be represented to the fullest extent of the law. It's that simple. And I tell you, I submit to you, these individuals, what their ask is, it was way pared down because we spent the time. And I know in your hearts that have been here for 30 years, you've never seen a budget presentation like this. I know it. We do our homework and we come here giving you the tools that you need to look at things and say, if we need more answers, they're going to give it to us. If we need to meet with him, he's there. We'll make ourselves available. I don't need to recap everything that was done, but please, when you're looking at our appellate process in this world, they're going to appeal if they're going to prison the rest of their life. And they're going to appeal, and they're going to appeal. And because of the MIDC,
What's that?
the Michigan Indigent Defense Council, that was created by the legislature, the money is down here, and you heard from the public defender. They're taking interlocutory appeals while the case is going on. They're appealing. And most judges will always wait till the very end to take up those issues They're asking for stays and they're asking for, hearings and rulings. We never had this before. I'm looking at all the things that I never had in the 30 years when I was sitting there behind my desk. MOUs. Pete, you got to sign this MOU from the 10 district courts we have in this county for the Veterans Court or the Sobriety Court or the Drug Court or the Mental Health Court, because we have to have a prosecutor in there. We're there Tuesdays and Thursdays. If they have it there, let the prosecutor do it, because the prosecutor has to prepare on Monday or Friday for their motions and trials. Does it make sense? If I don't have somebody, I can't sign an MOU, and we won't have these courts. Last night I had Judge Galen at the 38th District Court say to me, we're going to be starting, because we got our grant, a drug court. Pete, would you sign the MOU? That's a memorandum of understanding that you'll put a lawyer here. What do I tell her? These courts are necessary. It's part of the process that this county is going through, and the jail that's going to get built in the next 5 years. We already have an understanding that treatment courts are good and that diversion programs are well versed. But the last thing is those that are toting guns and shooting in the streets this last week, that's the time to put them behind bars. My wife asked me this morning, do you have to carry a gun now after what you've seen all this week? I said, I never wanted to, but how do we protect ourselves in this kind of environment? This isn't anything other than what's needed, and the others that came before you all these years. If we had more forfeiture money, great, but we don't. I got rid of the cars. I did a lot of things quickly. When the money's all gone, we don't have any money to train so that we can go to the officers. And that's what Emil does also. He didn't even tell you that. He's there in Warren, in Centerline, over in East Point, over in the sheriff's department, training these individuals that are on the street so they do the things right. And we don't have problems at the end to convict, and that we don't have people locked up, because we're looking at cases 15, 20 years old. We're finally looking at those that somebody says, hey man, I've been here, I'm innocent. I think Gail said she has 41 open files right now, one person. Those are all the transcripts, all the evidence on serious cases. I don't know what else to tell you. We tried our best to come up with money so you can look at it. Steve has opinion, Joe has an opinion. What I want you to consider is this, and Mr. Schmiegel's still here. We didn't have to, but I demanded it. I want DHHS to give us some money on the cases that we're handling in the juvenile division. And I'm proud of Tanya Getz and her team that bring in $15,000, $16,000, $17,000, $18,000 every month. That's $250,000. And the finance director's here. And we're asking for some resources there. Backfill it. Because we can't bill and we don't have fees like the clerk's office or the treasurer's office. We're doers. We don't take much in. That's about it. I mean, you know what? At the end, if we don't train properly, we don't go to conferences, we don't repair machines, system will fail. Thank you.
Thank you, prosecutor. Seeing no other questions, I think we've gone through everything, the prosecutor's budget,
Mr. Chair?
even the witness fees, C-27. Yes, Steve.
So can I circle back with privilege, please?
Sure.
Back to Commissioner
Quickly.
Zong's question about property taxes. So for example, I said we're pretty solid in our estimates, and I believe it, we're pretty good in our revenue estimates. For example, in 2022, property taxes were budgeted at 141,500,000. They actually came in $620,000 under budget. So I mean, But my point is, sometimes we're up, sometimes we're down, we're pretty close. So I'm pretty solid. I would not be supportive of just increasing property taxes by $1 million.
Okay. All right, commissioners, seeing no other questions, we've gone through all of the budget reviews for the day. Please vote.
Motion passes 13-0.
I would hope so.
Thank you, everyone from the prosecutor's office, prosecutor, for being here and answering all of our questions. Next item, correspondence, 7A DHS letter regarding the fiscal year 24 budget for child care fund. Need a motion to receive and file.
Motion to receive and file.
Moved by Commissioner Van Sickle, supported by Commissioner Haw. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote. Next item, public participation. This is the opportunity for public participation for those who would like to speak for a maximum of 3 minutes on any issue. Anyone from the public like to speak?
I would, please. Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Molly Zapatel. I am a 50-plus year resident of Macomb County, just shy of 26 years working for the county. And I've had the pleasure of working in the prosecutor's office 25 of those years, and I'm now in corporation counsel. And I have to say that that 6-month transition, let's say, has really opened my eyes to the county government and how it's run. I didn't realize how many different entities there are and how much the county actually does and how many programs and policies and everything that are involved. So the thing I ask of you when assessing all these budgetary requests is that obviously giving one more than necessarily allocated for takes from other departments. And I want you really to look at all the numbers and all the facts of supporting their presentations. And all I'm asking you to do is look at the data, okay? I just saw a presentation. I don't know how many are asking beyond the budgetary, what the allocated part is, but I just saw a request for obviously 5 additional people. Now, granted, the prosecutor's office, they do great things. But I think in analyzing those requests, not only the prosecutors, but any other department that is asking beyond what the amount is allocated for them, is to look at how they manage their resources. I think that is a huge thing. And I also think you should consider the data associated with that in regards to making an analysis of past budgets versus future budgets in terms of what's needed. And I think management of resources and what you give people is an important fact. And the one thing that kind of stuck out to me, and I don't know if you paid attention, I don't know if you have copies of those slides that I just saw, but the appellate department, hands down, I worked there for a long time. There's only 2 people there assigned. Why that is, no concept, no understanding. Because the slide he showed you in 2018 had 4 APAs assigned to the appeals, right? Handling less cases. And I believe since 18, you guys have given, the commission, the BOC as a whole, have given the prosecutor's office, I don't know how many additional APAs. Where did those resources go? And how are they functioning in that office? It's not managed properly. You go from 4 down to 2, and you inflate those numbers. Is that here to present to you? I don't know. But I'm asking that you just look at the way things are managed with their current resources. Because taking from one department or giving to one department more than what they are allotted for takes from another. And I think that's important after knowing the totality of what the county does and what they offer in many different services. I can say a lot more, but I'm going to go on the data, and I think you should look at data. Courts aren't in session every single day. Warren's only in session 2 days a week. It's the busiest court. I don't know if you know that. Judges don't hold criminal dockets every day, so it's not like, I just ask that you look at the data. The trials and the number of trials being tried now are not even remotely close to what is tried 4 or 5 years ago with less resources. And we got the job done then, and they're getting the job done now. But that's all I ask. You take from one, you give to one, you take from another, and I just ask that it be, a logical thought process and look at the data to support what they're asking. Thank you. Questions? I don't know if I do questions.
Nope, we don't do questions.
Thanks.
Anyone else from the public? Going once, twice. We'll close public participation. Commissioner comments. Boy.
Meeting there,
Commissioner, oh, we're not done yet, Commissioner.
I know.
Commissioner Song.
On the list.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to wish everybody a very happy Halloween. And if you would like to see my costume, you can check out the paper.
I saw it, Barbie.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wallace.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to give a quick update. A few meetings ago, I mentioned the scams with high school students. I have been going back and forth getting updates with parents. Come to find out, once they made their police report, the sheriff's department did acknowledge that this particular name was already in their system. Other parents have reported this happening to their high school students, athletes in particular. So just if anyone comes to you, tells you anything about it, make sure they report it, because the sheriff's department does have a file on it already. The parent that I was talking to, her kids were a little nervous because the banks were treating them as criminals, so they didn't know what to do. But I did speak with Prosecutor Lucido and encouraged the mom to go to the sheriff's department. So, you know, they feel a little more comfortable knowing that this is something that's on the police's radar already. So I just wanted to give you guys all a heads up of that. If anyone comes to you, just give them that encouragement and let them know to go to the sheriff's department so their file can be, their complaint can be filed. Also, I see the junior leadership of Macomb is here. Very happy to have them. They were in a very long meeting today. I know some people came in and left, but it's always good to see you. There you are. Always good to see you. Love your group. I always post about it. My daughter really enjoyed it. So it's good to see you and good to see the students continuing to come in.
Commissioner Nard.
Real quickly, I'm from the south end of Warren, where there is a lot of crime. There's a lot of hate and bullying going on in the schools there. I am a big supporter of law and order and anything dealing with the police department, the prosecutor's office, any of that. And I'm not comfortable with taking anything from anything dealing with law enforcement. Losing one life, having one person get beat down and bullied, and having a child take their life or want to take their life because they're being bullied and afraid to say something is too many. So when it comes to the prosecutor's office, I'm very big about that. My family is mostly law enforcement, and I take that very seriously, and I would never take one dime from anything that deals with law enforcement, because you don't understand how important that is until it affects you, until it knocks on your door. So as we go forth with these budget hearings, I just am really offended, and I really just don't have any room to even think about removing anything or not giving anything to the prosecutor's office. Whatever he asks for, I believe, and as I examine his budget, I believe that he needs. And so I just want us to all be mindful of that. And coming from the south end of 8 Mile, where crime is happening every day, every evening, is very well needed. Thank you.
Chair Brown.
Thank you. I do want to welcome junior leadership team here. It's good to see you guys be here, and women come out and be here for the meeting, and got a good dose of county government. You're going to be tomorrow's leaders. You'll be sitting up here one day, so hope you're paying a good attention. I want to thank Chair Sabatini for the good job managing this meeting today. Long meeting today. Not only managing, but the good detailed work you do in paying attention to the numbers and managing things. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Van Sickle.
Sure.
Chair Sabatini, a new concept. Keep the meeting on track for the purpose of the meeting. Good job. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Was that a compliment or was that?
4 hours later to the minute.
Backhanded compliment?
I was trying to get it at 5 o'clock, Commissioner. You're right there. All right, take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Made by Commissioner Romano, supported by Commissioner Lucido. Please vote. Thank you, everybody.